Test.
On? Yeah.
Committee will come to order. Members and participants, please take your seats. We are meeting this morning to consider 7 bills within the committee's jurisdiction. We will consider each bill individually with a separate opening statement and a walkthrough for each. Members are pretty familiar with our procedures here. I'll begin with my opening statement on the first order of business, H.R. 2061, the Equitable Access to Care and Health Care Act, and then recognize Mr. Levin for any opening statements. We're not going to be rolling votes. We're going to have votes on every bill individually. So today we're working on 7 bills. 5 of them would clean up some of the mess in our tax code. Basically, they would make temporary provisions permanent. The other 2 would eliminate some of the worst parts of the healthcare law. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, how can you tell which ones are the worst parts? Well, I think that we have a strong opinion about this healthcare law, but these 2 parts are pretty egregious, and we think they deserve our attention. The first bill is the EACH Act. This, committee will come to order. Can people take their conversations outside, please? The first bill is the EACH Act. This would expand the religious liberty exemption to the individual mandate. Right now, the exemption is very small. To qualify, you have to believe, as a matter of faith, in giving up any private or public insurance, including Social Security. This includes the Amish, the Mennonites, and that's about it. That's way too strict. So let's remember the reason for the mandate. The other side said if you get sick and you don't have insurance, the rest of us will have to pay for your health care. Okay, but we're talking about people who don't even use health care. So why should they have to buy insurance? I don't think we should force anybody to buy health insurance against their will to begin with, but I think it's especially wrong to force people to buy insurance against their faith. So this bill simply says that if you, as a matter of faith, do not use health care, then you are exempt from the individual mandate. I'm glad that we're working on this long overdue change today, and I do believe that this bill has a lot of bipartisan support. Another long overdue change is Ms. Jenkins' bill. Right now, thanks to the health care law, if you have a health care savings account, you can use it only to buy prescription drugs. You cannot use it to buy over-the-counter drugs. But we all know sometimes that the over-the-counter drug works just as well as a prescription drug, and it can be a lot less expensive. We do not want to put disincentives for people going in that direction. So this bill will allow people to use their HSAs, their FSAs, and other similar accounts to buy drugs over the counter. This is just common sense. Finally, we make 5 tax provisions permanent. These are the so-called temporary provisions that we just so happen to extend each and every single year. They exempt certain expenses from the income tax. We're talking about, teachers buying materials for their classroom, or small businesses refurbishing their store, or manufacturers buying new equipment. They're not earning income. They're investing in our country. They're investing in our children. They're creating jobs. This is exactly what our tax code ought to support, and making these provisions permanent will give people the certainty that they need to create more opportunity in our economy. I'm sure we'll have a pretty good debate about this, but we believe one of the big problems holding back this slow 2% growth economy is uncertainty, and this is our attempt to try and address that issue. Finally, I want to take a moment to recognize Lori Cody. Lori, if you could stand. She is retiring after 30 years of working on the Joint Committee on Taxation. She spent her career. Yep. She spent her career working on some of the toughest issues before our committee: corporate reorganizations, acquisitions, spinoffs. Lori, excellent work. Thank you for what you have done for this institution, for all of us here, and congratulations and good luck in your retirement. Thank you very much. Ranking Member Levin, I'd like to recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lori, congratulations. $1 trillion in unpaid-for tax cuts. That's how much Republicans have proposed adding to our national debt. When you add the cost of today's bills with those considered by this committee earlier this year, if you stacked up $1 trillion $1 bills, you would get almost 1/4 of the way to the moon. This is being proposed at a time when we are reaching the debt ceiling, and the Republicans are now proposing that we push the deficit through the roof. This is being proposed at a time when there is uneasy talk about the Republicans once again shutting down the government. This is being proposed at a time when sequestration is threatening to curtail necessary defense expenditures, and the percent of GDP being spent on domestic investment is approaching the lowest it's been. This is being proposed when a desperately needed infrastructure bill remains stuck in a deep congressional fiscal pothole. Piling up debt may be motivated by appeasing rifts within the Republican conference, but that is not a defensible reason, nor is trying to make it easier to pass some version of tax reform, which, like those recently proposed by prominent Republicans, would mainly benefit the very wealthiest at a time of growing income and wealth inequality. So the bills before us alone would add $411 billion to the deficit. By far the largest among them is a permanent extension of bonus depreciation, which costs $281 billion and is not offset. The approach by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to mark up these extenders is not only fiscally irresponsible, it also leaves many other provisions behind that are vital to working families and small businesses, including the exclusion from mortgage debt forgiveness, the new markets tax credit, and continuations of the expansions to the earned income tax credit and refundable portions of the child tax credit. We must not pursue this path of fiscal irresponsibility, flooding our nation with further debt while leaving hardworking American families high and dry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 2061. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with the green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any time, and considered base text for the purpose of the amendment. I will now turn to Tom Barthold, Chief of Staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation. Mr. Barthold, you may begin when ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Levin and members, you have before you Joint Committee documents JCX 112, which describes the underlying legislation, and JCX 113, which describes the Chairman's amendment, the nature of a substitute. In short, the bill before you expands the religious conscience exemption under the Affordable Care Act to include any individual who relies solely on a religious method of healing. The Chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute also would change the effective date of the legislation to be effective for taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2013. That, in brief, is the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Are there any questions for Mr. Barthold? Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Barthold, I gather from reading the text of the bill and then looking at the score that while this does broaden, perhaps with some merit, the religious exception, it's attempting to do that in a narrow way that is directed almost exclusively at Christian Science, because it refers to tenets.
Under the legislation, it does seem clear that individuals who practice the Christian Science faith would qualify for the exception. There could be other groups that also qualify.
There was an earlier version of the bill that some of us had concern that it was the exception would be overly broad. This one appears to be more narrowly defined, and you and CBO had to do some calculation about how this exception would be used. Was it the way the bill has been rewritten, it was drawn, it appears to be almost exclusively for Christian Scientists. I think the Amish and the Mennonites were already in a different category and excluded. Is that correct?
As the Chairman had noted, under present law, Amish and Mennonite were excluded. And this is, as you note, this is an expansion that would encompass the Christian Scientist faith and perhaps others. Without knowing specifically the other legislation to which you refer, I can't make a
Well, I'm just
direct
referring to
comparison
the
right now.
earlier version in the last Congress of the bill designed to do the same thing. This seems to be more narrowly drawn. I certainly respect the tenets of Christian Scientists and want to support their right to pursue their faith, while at the same time recognizing that the term religious freedom has been used in many other contexts recently, and that the way this is drawn, tying it to these tenets, doesn't allow just anyone to say, you know, my faith doesn't approve of Obamacare. And thereby, that's a different argument. There may be people who feel that way, but this bill is not drawn in that direction. It's drawn to deal with one specific issue of a well-established religion and its tenets.
That's generally correct, Mr.
Thank you.
Doggett.
Further questions? Mr. McDermott.
Mr. Barthold, I'm trying to work out in my head, if a Christian Scientist doesn't want to buy health insurance, that because of their religion, that seems reasonable. Are they exempted from Medicare as well? Are they able to opt out of paying their Medicare taxes?
The present law exemption by which Mennonite and Amish were exempted is an exemption that's in the Medicare legislation. That legislation did not include an exemption for people who practice the Christian Scientist faith. This legislation only exempts from the requirement under the Affordable Care Act to buy individual coverage. People that meet the criteria, Christian Scientists would be among them. So that's a long answer to your question, which is no, they're subject to the HI portion of the payroll tax.
So they pay into that, and then when they reach 65, they are eligible for benefits and can take benefits from the program.
I'm not an expert on the program, but that sounds like it would be correct, sir.
So this is simply an exemption to allow only Christian Scientists to be exempted from the requirement that they purchase insurance.
Well, I wouldn't want to say only Christian Scientists. I think we believe that it is clear that Christian Scientists would be covered by the exemption, but there could be some others. But yes, the exemption is only for the purposes of the requirement to purchase insurance under the Affordable Care Act. It's not an exemption for other purposes such as Medicare.
If there were someone who believed that abortion was wrong and that abortion was somehow covered under the Affordable Care Act, they could exercise this exemption on the basis of their belief, their religious belief?
We don't believe that the legislation permits such a narrow reading. It has to be a much more, as we noted, it's an individual who relies solely on a religious method of healing, and for whom the acceptance of medical services is broadly inconsistent, not just selectively inconsistent.
But if their whole, so you're saying that if they couldn't get out on the basis of some part of the healthcare system that they don't like, they could not use this exemption to get out of the Affordable Care Act?
They could not say, as a matter of faith, I don't like this one practice, and therefore could be exempted from the entire requirement.
But if their religious belief is that they shouldn't have to give that, or they shouldn't be a part of anything that allows that to happen, would they then not be able to use the full faith exemption? It isn't simply the issue of abortion, but it's my whole Christian faith or whatever is that I don't believe that there are things being done in the healthcare system I don't like, and I don't want to buy into it.
I'm not quite sure if I understand your question
Well-
on that point, sir. I'm sorry. I was trying to say that you had posited the abortion case as a matter of faith. Someone did not believe in abortion, but as a general matter, the individual there was no religious reason to not use doctor's services or prescription drugs or anything else. It was just very narrow. And what I was explaining was that this legislation is that it's a religious method of healing, and that general acceptance of general medical services would be inconsistent. And your question seemed to say, could I just say one particular kind of medical service is inconsistent with my religious belief, and under this bill be exempted from the individual mandate? And our reading of that is that would not be the case. It has to be a much more general religious tenant.
Before you take
against
all my
general
time,
medical
I
care.
just want to put in the record, because I think this is the legislative history of the bill that the courts will have to look at. And I am convinced that lawyers can always find ways to find a case or a way to get standing on an issue to bring a case. We've seen all kinds of cases against the ACA, and this seems like one which would be open, and I want to make sure that it's in the record that it's only for Christian scientists.
Gentleman's made a statement. Time has expired. I think Mr. Becerra had his hand up first. Mr. Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bartol, thank you for the explanation. Let me clarify something. We provide this exemption for individuals who have an objection to receiving or having to pay for certain benefits. So this religious conscious exemption exists in current law. This bill modifies that religious conscious exemption. Is that accurate?
Yes, it modifies the exemption in present law.
Okay. And I want to make sure we probe to make sure we understand how we modify the existing religious conscious exemption that we provide to people because of their religious views and their values. The current exemption allows people to say that paying for that kind of service or accepting that kind of medical service would be against my religious beliefs. So therefore, please don't impose, government, don't impose that upon me. And we, by law today, allow those individuals to be exempted because of the tenets of their religion. Have I accurately described it to some degree?
Yes, although, remember, this is prescribed somewhat narrowly under the SICA exemption. The underlying, the Affordable Care Act referenced the religious exemption by drawing on the existing exemption under the SICA Act.
And so now we're talking specifically about the Affordable Care Act and how the Affordable Care Act requires individuals to now participate in obtaining health insurance. And this bill would say those folks who fall within this narrow exemption would not have to do what every other American would have to do, and that is to get that health care now under the Affordable Care Act. Here's where I start to find the gray area. Under the bill, it talks about exempting folks because of their religious views, but then in page 2, line 17, there's some special rules that are added. The special rules talk about, well, I'll just read it. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term medical health services does not include routine dental, vision, and hearing services, midwifery services, vaccinations, and so on. I'm trying to figure out, why would we say that vision services are not routine service, medical health services? Why would we say vision services are not regular medical services? So my concern here is that I fully agree that we should provide an exemption for folks who have religious views and values that say to them, I don't want to participate in that government program. But when they at the same time say, but I'm okay with getting those particular benefits and services out of what is considered the stuff that I object to. So it's like they're cherry picking. I don't want to have to pay for hospital care, but I want vision care. And if I'm a Catholic, and I am, can I apply for an exemption from paying for health care services under the Affordable Care Act under this particular legislation?
No, sir.
Okay, so the vast majority of Americans would not qualify based on, and that I think goes to Mr. McDermott's point, for any kind of exemption. And I don't mind giving people an exemption. It's just that when they want an exemption to the exemption, that it starts to get a little tricky here, because they're saying, I don't want you to impose this on me, but by the way, I don't mind if I have access to that part of it. And that gets a little disconcerting to me. And so I wish we could understand this better, because I think we should draw a clear line for those who have religious values where we would not want to impose our views through the government, through a law, for those folks who have their religious values. But when folks who have these religious values that say, but by the way, you know, through that back door, let me get some of these benefits that otherwise the rest of America is paying for, that's an issue. Last question for you. There is a cost to this bill. To provide these folks an exemption, and an exemption to the exemption, that special rule, how much will that cost us over the next 10 years?
Your question is how much does the exemption that says that medical services doesn't provide routine dental and...
How much does this legislation cost over 10 years, the score for this legislation?
Well, the green sheet and JCX 13 gives you the budgetary effects over the budget.
At about $1.2 billion?
1.2.
So $1.2 billion is the cost of providing this exemption, which has an exemption to the exemption, for a very small, narrow class of Americans. Again, I don't mind if we do something for folks because of their religious values, but when they want to cherry pick and get some things back, we should really ask some questions about that.
Time for the gentleman has expired. I would just say
Thank
to
you,
the
Mr.
gentleman,
Chairman. I appreciate that.
you should ask the Christian scientists, not the head of the Joint Committee on Taxation, you know, what their tenets of their faith is, why is it they wear glasses versus going to a hospital.
Yeah,
that's really not a question for the director of the Joint Committee on Taxation.
I think that's a fair comment, Mr. Chairman, but we don't have anyone from the Christian Scientists here to respond. I would certainly ask them if they were here. I totally respect the Christian Scientists. I have nothing against them or any other religion. I'm just saying that let's be fair to all Americans, and no one should get an exemption of an exemption.
Time for the gentleman has expired. Mr. Rangel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hate to believe that I have to go to Christian Scientists to understand what law I'm asked to vote on, but the way you
General yield, I'm saying, don't go to the Joint Committee on Taxation to ask him what do Christian scientists believe. Go to Christian scientists first. If you want to know what this bill does, ask that guy.
No, you understand what I'm saying. He doesn't know about Christian Scientists. You don't know. I don't know about him, so leave that one alone. Because I understood what you said. If you're not going to use the product, you shouldn't have to pay for it. I understand that no matter who it is. But the fact that we're talking about what determines who's a Christian Scientist, whether you just pay the dues or whether or not you use the services, is what I am concerned about, no matter what you call yourself. And it's my understanding that you don't have to call yourself a Christian Scientist. And so, if your religion, whatever that might be, I don't know what evidence you have that this $1.2 billion in cost, it would appear to me, Mr. Chairman, if you're not getting the service, it shouldn't cost $1.2 billion. However, if you don't have to pay the mandate, then it means that if you don't have a car, you shouldn't pay automobile insurance. Now, what happens if you get in the car and have an accident? Because I don't understand Christian Scientists saying, let my baby die because they don't need health care. What happens if they need health care? Is the federal government exempt? I know about penalties, but we're not going to let people die because they signed up someplace with Christian Scientists, are we, Mr. Bartlett, under this law? And I'm not talking about I'm talking about doctors and hospitals. They check your Medicaid, Medicare, and your insurance company. They don't check your religion. So this looks like a great way, and I think this is the way
I would remind the gentleman.
it was going. what makes a person eligible if you just decide, I don't want to get caught in the mandate, and I conscientiously object to being penalized and having to pay for services that I don't intend to receive? This is so vague, it sounds almost unconstitutional. The chairman tells me I should find a Christian Scientist to understand what his belief is as relates to not using health services that the federal government is paying for, but he belongs to a group that says, I don't believe in the health care, and so I'm not paying for it, and it's the right thing to do. Now, I'm not political correct because I'm not running for re-election, but it seems to me that all you have to do is join the Christian Scientists, and you're exempted from the mandate. Is that correct? If I find a way to join the Christian Scientists, whoever they are, then I'm excluded from having to pay into a system that non-Christian Scientists are mandated to pay for because they think they're going to get sick and need health care. Is that correct?
The gentleman's
Please
questions.
don't do that. Every
No,
time
look,
I do
you're
that.
going beyond the scope of a technical walkthrough. If a person is a Christian Scientist, then they're a Christian Scientist.
What do you mean? If I'm Jewish, I say I'm Jewish, I'm Jewish? I'm just asking, what is a Christian Scientist? It's in the law.
If you want to move to strike the last word and have a debate, let's do that.
Okay.
But you're asking
I
the
pass.
Joint Committee on Taxation for this is a technical walkthrough.
And it's technical who's exempt. And I want
You can answer that question.
Okay. How do you determine who is exempt?
I assume that the Treasury, perhaps Treasury and HHS combined, will have to write some regulations on this
But
issue.
you don't know how to determine who is exempt from the mandate. You're saying that Treasury and HHS will work that out so we will know why we got to add 1.2 trillion to our deficit. They will work it out for us, right?
That's correct.
Good. I'm good.
You're
Thank
good?
you, Mr.
All right. Anybody else see questions?
Just ask a quick question. Mr. Bartow,
Gentleman's recognized.
what's being said here, just so we understand, is a Christian Scientist say will not be subject to the penalty because they seek a health service, let's say glasses or a hearing aid, which they may pay for themselves, right? But because they seek those services, they will not be subject to the penalty. Isn't that what this says?
That's correct in that the legislation says acceptance of medical health services inconsistent with religious belief, and then the exemption, as you were just explaining, Mr. Levin, says that seeking corrective vision care, for example, is not considered the acceptance of medical services for that purpose.
Which would subject them to the penalty.
If you were accepting medical health services, then you would not qualify. You would not qualify for this religious exception.
Thank you.
Any other questions? There being no further questions, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Oh, there being no amendments, are there any members who wish to strike the last word? Mr. Becerra.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bartold, were you ever asked to come before this committee to explain this legislation in any kind of hearing before we did this markup?
Well, the short answer is no, Mr. Becerra, but Joint Tax usually doesn't testify at hearings.
And Mr. Chairman, as far as I know, this committee has never held a hearing on this legislation, which will cost $1.2 billion to taxpayers. And I'm not sure if anywhere in the legislation there's a definition of what medical health services are. I think to the eye of almost any American, medical health services would include going to the doctor, going to the hospital, going to your ophthalmologist or optometrist, going to your dentist, getting a hearing aid, any number of services, children's services included. And so I think there's a fundamental concern with this legislation is it's creating exemptions that maybe they're based on a rational basis or a rational concern, especially by Christian scientists, but we don't have any evidence of that. There was never a hearing held to discuss why it is that we're going to allow some folks who have religious beliefs to be excluded from doing what every other American must do, and that is participate in getting health care insurance. And they get to do that because of their religious tenets and values. And here then we have to carve out an exemption to that exemption to say, by the way, you can't access certain medical services, even though you're saying the tenets of your religion really prohibit you from participating in those medical services. And so it goes to the analogy that I think Mr. Rangel was using, which was auto insurance. You say, I don't drive a car. It's against my religious tenets to get in a motorized vehicle, so I don't drive a vehicle, so I shouldn't have to pay auto insurance. I think most of us would recognize that. That makes a lot of sense. Then you say, well, except that I sometimes have to get to work quickly, and I'd like to be able to use my car, or except that I need to take my kid to soccer games, and it's really difficult to get them there on time unless I can use a car. So can I get exceptions for those purposes to use a vehicle, even though it's against my religious beliefs to drive a vehicle? That's essentially, I think, what this bill is saying. If it's not, and that's not the case, someone should explain it, because medical services are medical services. And so I think if the American public, through the American taxpayer, is going to give something to a very elite group of people, a very small group of people, the rest of us who are paying taxes should have a right to know what's going to cost us $1.2 billion, because it's going to go to a very small number of people. I want to just close, Mr. Chairman, by saying I respect completely folks who have various religious beliefs. And we can have disagreements about, religion and all the rest. And we're going to have the Pope, who's going to be here next week to talk to us, and I think most of us are very much looking forward to that. But we're now talking about using the tax laws to do something for a particular and a very small group of people. And so long as it's based on religious values and that alone, I'm there. I just have real concerns, and my gut tells me something's wrong with this bill, that we didn't even have a chance to have hearings on it, and now we're being told that taxpayers should have to cover a $1.2 billion bill for these very narrow exemptions for a very small group of people. And whether it's good or not, we don't know, because we never had hearings to figure that out. So with that said, I just want to flag that concern, because I hate to voice these things publicly, because I don't want anyone who's a Christian scientist to think that I'm speaking against their religion and their values. It's just that you're asking the taxpayers to give you something that everyone else won't get. And you should be able to explain why we should do that, especially since you're asking to get a carve-out that lets you have a carve-out to the carve-out, so you can do the things that other people have to pay for. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Anybody else wish to strike the last word? Mr. Rangel.
How do you determine in the statute religious values? You don't have to be a Christian scientist, but what would I have to do to convince somebody that I have religious values that I don't want to use the healthcare system? This is costing over $1 billion, and I want to know, what do I have to do and prove that I'm eligible for the exemption?
Are you directing the question to Mr. Barthold?
Yes.
Yeah, gentleman's recognized. Mr. Barthold.
As I had noted earlier, I assume that the Secretary of the Treasury will prescribe some regulations. I can't presume to know what they'd be, but it might include long-standing practice of the
Let the gentleman answer your question. Go ahead. I couldn't
just
hear your answer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I was just saying, without presuming how the Secretary will act, such requirements might be a demonstrated longstanding practice of the religion.
For
Perhaps
instance, similar
growing
to
up
how
in a
the
fam-
Amish are determined or the Mennonites are determined, such as that.
Similarly,
How are they determined?
family upbringing, practice of longstanding evidence of practice of the faith.
I don't think either one of you two know how to do this, and with all due respect to Christian Scientists, it seems like we could have a whole lot of a boom in their registration if they can get the services and not be mandated to pay for it. Saying religious values is so subjective that only the Pope could come here and straighten this mess out. But maybe we ought to.
I would encourage the gentleman to
Maybe we'll
take it up with
have
the Treasury
a hearing
Secretary.
A hearing on
how
what
they-
these religious values
how they
are.
regulate this.
Huh?
I would encourage the gentleman to inquire among the Treasury Department as to how they've done this in past practices and how they plan on applying it for future
But
practices.
suppose, Mr. Chairman, we don't like what they're doing. You know how the IRS is.
Introduce a bill.
Huh?
Then you introduce a bill.
But why pass a bill if we have no clue about who they're going to exempt? Oh, listen.
You can vote against it if you want to.
This doesn't make sense at all. It's a nice political thing to do. It's very, very expensive. And I don't know a Christian Scientist that could help me personally with this, but this is not a personal issue. So if we're saying that, if you have religious values against health insurance, you're exempt. And I accept that.
Anybody else wish to strike last word? Seeing none. The question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Johnson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report H.R. 2061 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 2061 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Roll call.
No, you don't want one.
Pass.
H.R. 2061 as amended is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, I ask that the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill, and that members may have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. The next order of business is a bill introduced by Ms. Jenkins and Mr. Kind, the Restoring Access to Medication Act. I will recognize Ms. Jenkins for an opening statement on her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your efforts in bringing this bill forward for a markup today. H.R. 1270, the Restoring Access to Medication Act of 2015, is a bill that Congressman Kind of Wisconsin and I introduced in order to remove barriers for folks who want to use their health savings accounts and flexible spending accounts to purchase over-the-counter medications. From the creation of these accounts until the passage of the Affordable Care Act, tens of millions of consumers had been free to use their HSAs or FSA accounts to help defray their health care costs. Included in the qualified expenses were OTC medications, such as allergy or cold medicine, antibiotic, ointment, or pain relievers. OTC drugs have been put through a rigorous examination by the Food and Drug Administration to ensure that they're safe for self-treatment. In other words, these are everyday drugs that folks can purchase without a doctor's note. However, the President's health care law added a layer of bureaucratic red tape that forces account holders to go to their doctor to obtain a prescription for OTC medicines before purchasing them with their HSA or FSA. If the patient does not jump through those hoops and still purchases OTC medications with their account, they receive a tax penalty from the federal government for making a non-qualified distribution. This new law not only defeats the entire purpose of OTC medicines, but it places a bureaucratic burden on account holders. It clogs doctors' offices with needless visits, and it decreases access to OTCs, and it increases healthcare costs all around. Worst of all, it discourages people from taking control of saving for their health care needs. This bill before the committee today, which has bipartisan and bicameral support, will repeal this upside-down provision of the President's health care law, put the consumer back in the driver's seat of their SAs and FSAs and allow them to easy access to OTCs that they deserve. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that this letter of support from the Health Choices Coalition be entered into the record.
Without objection.
And I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 1270 today. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Levin, you or your designee are now recognized for an opening statement.
I'll yield to Mr. Kind.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief because I think Ms. Jenkins gave a very accurate depiction of the policy behind this. It's the reason why I've enjoyed working with her on the repeal of this provision of the Affordable Care Act. The only problem I have, Mr. Chairman, and this is consistent with the rest of the bills that were before us today and last week, is the unwillingness or the inability of this committee to work a little bit harder in trying to find some offsets to pay for these tax provisions. I think we face another serious problem if we keep going down this road of tax cut or tax relief package after another with no attempt to find an offset. And in a $3 trillion health care system, you can't convince me that through a little bit of work and effort, we can't find $6 billion in savings over 10 years in order to effectuate this policy change, which I think makes a lot of sense. I mean, we've had the recent CBO director, Mr. Hall, during his first public press conference come out and admit, and he was a former top economist in the George W. Bush administration, that says tax cuts don't pay for themselves. 2011, I was one of a handful of Democrats who voted for the balanced budget constitutional amendment, not because I think we needed it to check unrestrained spending on the Democratic side, but to check unrestrained spending and tax cuts on the Republican side. And I became convinced of this after 2 wars that went unpaid for, after 2 large tax cuts that went unpaid for, after the largest expansion of Medicare spending, a prescription drug Part D plan that was passed with the Republican leadership and majority that went unpaid for. And now so far this year, we've had legislation that Republicans almost unanimously have supported on the floor of the House of Representatives that would add $1.5 trillion to our national debt over the next 10 years because of the unwillingness to find offsets and to pay for it. And we're going down that road again here today. And we're hearing tax cut proposal after tax cut proposal with Republican presidential nominees who are being eviscerated now in the national media because of how fiscally irresponsible they are, with no effort to try to offset or pay for this so we don't end up with unsustainable budget deficits and a growing national debt. There was a period of time here, albeit short, in the late 1990s when we were practicing true pay-as-you-go budgeting rules. That meant if there's going to be a new spending program or a tax cut, it had to be offset and paid for. That, coupled with a growing, strong economy, led us to 4 years of budget surpluses. We were actually paying down the national debt rather than adding to it. And I'm afraid that with the legislation, the multiple bills that we have before us, we're heading right back down into that fiscal trap of passing very popular measures. It might make sense on a policy basis. It doesn't make sense from a budget or a fiscal responsibility basis. So reluctantly, because of the inability for us to find some offsets for this and the other tax relief bills that will be before us, I reluctantly will have to be voting no on it unless the other side wants to engage in serious conversations to find offsets to pay for this so we can make the changes, but without doing damage to our long-term fiscal health at the same time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 1270. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of the amendment. I'll now turn to Tom Barthold, Chief of Staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I ask members hold their questions until after his presentation. Mr. Barthold, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The members have before you Joint Committee documents JCX 114 and JCX 115, which describe the underlying legislation and the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute. In short, the underlying legislation provides the distributions from health flexible spending accounts, health reimbursement accounts, health savings accounts, medical savings accounts, the distributions for the purchase of over-the-counter medications will be considered good qualifying distributions. The chairman's amendment, the nature of a substitute, modifies this so that the proposal is effective with respect to these expenses incurred after December 31st of this year, after 12/31/2015. That concludes my description of the legislation. Happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Anybody else, anybody seek questions? Mr. Levin.
Mr. Bartold, if you would tell us the basis for the cost estimate of 6.6. How do you arrive at it? Why does it reach that level? And if you can tell us, do that, and then I may ask you another question.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Levin. As a simple, let me answer by way of a simple example. A health flexible spending account, which can be established by employees of the House of Representatives, for example, but many employers, allows the employee to make pre-tax contributions for purposes of making qualified distributions. So that means that amounts contributed to the flexible spending account will not be subject to payroll tax, not be subject to income tax. By permitting qualifying distributions for the purchase of over-the-counter drugs and medications, there's an incentive for individuals to, when they plan and think, what sort of health needs do I have during the year, to put additional monies into flexible spending accounts to pay for purchases of, be it over-the-counter allergy medicine, aspirin, other OTC commodities. And so expanding the amount that goes into flexible spending arrangements reduces the tax base.
Well, but this doesn't expand the amount. It must be that at least part of the cost is because people who would not otherwise, and they have to do this in advance, utilize this $2,500.
The evidence is that not everyone contributes maximum amounts to flexible spending accounts.
So the assumption is that because of this amendment, that many people would expand the amount that they use for these accounts, right?
More will be contributed, and maybe more people will go to the maximum amount. Yes, sir.
So they're not utilizing the total that they could at this point in many cases because they can't use them for over the counter, right? So more people will add more to their account because they can utilize over the counter for that purpose. Right?
That's correct, Mr. Levin.
Okay. Do you have any idea, because we reduced the amount from 5,000 to 2,500 in ACA, do you have any idea of the income profile of people who use these accounts?
At my fingertips, I don't. I know that we've done some research into this because when we do this calculation, we're making the calculation based, recognizing that there are different taxpayers and different income tax brackets, and so that affects the tax reduction that we've estimated for the committee, sir.
So you've done some of this research, right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Could you make that available to us?
We do some of it at a real aggregate level, so let me follow up, and I'll respond as best I can, sir.
Okay, it may be possible for you to do some further research before this might be taken up further.
As always, we'll do the best we can.
Okay, do you know if anybody else has, any other entity has done work on who uses these accounts?
Well, there's survey evidence. Again, I will check. I don't know of any specific studies, again, right offhand.
Okay, could you do that as always, as expeditiously?
I will respond to you and the chairman.
Thank you.
As expeditiously as possible.
How many else see questions of JCT? Mr. McDermott.
I find this language sort of interesting, so I want to try and get clarified from you what it means with medicine that is reimbursed if it's over the counter. Now, we had this kind of little thing, you could go and get a doctor's prescription for aspirin, and then you could get it, then it could work in the FA, your program. Now you're going to be able to buy anything over the counter that's a medical supply?
Yes, sir. Pretty much anything in the pharmacy that's a medical supply. Band-Aids would qualify if you're thinking of something as mundane as that.
Well, I was thinking about the issue of contact solution. You use contact solution that has not been excludable before, or it is not applicable before. Now you're saying it will be.
I don't know we don't know the specifics right now about contact solution. What this bill does is it moves us back to the law as it existed prior to the enactment of the Affordable Care Act. And so whatever rules and regulations permitted prior to the enactment of the exclusion of over-the-counter drugs, we're back in that world. I can check on the contact solution issue, and I'll respond to the chairman and ranking member and the rest of the committee on that.
Would condoms be part of that?
I will check and get back. I don't have with me a list of what was permitted under prior law.
Okay. I'd appreciate seeing the list, because the contact solution was usable, and then it wasn't, and now I guess you're making it usable again. I think that's
If it were eligible, if contact solution were eligible prior to the Affordable Care Act, this legislation would make it eligible after this year.
I don't think it was eligible before, unless you went and got to your doctor and got a prescription.
Then the same would apply.
Same would apply
after
here.
12/31/15. The same would apply. We're back to law as it was prior to the enactment of the Affordable Care Act.
Thank you.
Mr. Doggett.
Does this cover any form of contraception that would be available over the counter?
Mr. Doggett, I just noted in response to Mr. McDermott that I'll check that, and I'll respond to all the members of the committee.
You would think that if the morning after pill, for example, is available without a prescription for someone who is an adult, there's nothing in the bill that excludes it if you assume that it is available over the counter.
It is not specifically excluded, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Becerra, do you have a question? Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Becerra is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bartold, there are about 320 million Americans in the United States. Do the 320 million Americans all get to take advantage of writing off the cost of their over-the-counter prescription drugs under this bill?
Mr. Becerra, the distributions covered, as I noted, are from health flexible spending accounts, health reimbursement accounts, health savings accounts, and medical savings accounts. Not every family has access through their employer or by their insurance choice in the case of health savings accounts.
So not
to those accounts.
Right. So not every American has access to this type of tax deduction. Isn't it the case that less than a majority of Americans have access to these types of deduction accounts?
I think that is correct. I will verify what our estimate is, and I'll include that in the response to Mr. Ryan and Mr. Levin.
I remember when we debated this legislation a couple years back. We went through that, and it's a small number relative to the size of the U.S. population of Americans who actually can take advantage of this tax break, because that's what it is, right? You get a tax break if you buy some kind of medication over the counter, including possibly some kind of prescription, not a prescription, some kind of medication that helps you on the issue of conception, as I think Mr. Dodd was saying. You can deduct that from your taxes, but not everyone gets to do that. Only a fraction of Americans would get to do that under this legislation. Looking at your table for the impact to the budget of the federal government, I noticed that the first year that this would be in effect, if it were to pass and become law, 2016, the cost of this would be $376 million, correct?
Actually, you want to look at JCX 115, 305 million.
Okay, and the total cost exceeds $6 billion over the next 10 years?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so the legislation does not have any pay for in it to cover that over $6 billion cost, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so not being paid for, that means a lot of Americans who don't qualify to get this tax break will have to cover the more than $6 billion that this tax break costs and goes to only a certain number of Americans. And if I recall correctly, the size of the federal budget deficit this year is something over $400 billion, correct?
I believe that's the Congressional Budget Office's current estimate, sir.
Okay, so we have a budget deficit that's over $400 billion. We're I think 4 legislative days away from watching Congress shut down government because we don't yet have a budget in place for the coming fiscal year. This legislation would cost over $6 billion, isn't paid for, therefore it adds to the budget deficit. And last week in this committee, we debated legislation that would allow the U.S. government to default and only pay creditors like China, Japan, banks, but not necessarily have to worry about paying for veteran services, children's services, Medicare services. And so I think, Mr. Bartold, this $6 billion cost, is there something that we're not aware of in the legislation that figures out how we will cover this $6 billion when we're already $400 billion in the hole?
The legislation before you is on this one specific issue, Mr. Becerra.
Okay, I gather from not being able to give me an answer that there's nothing you find in the legislation that would help us cover this additional $6 billion that would be added to the $400 billion in this current fiscal budget deficit. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Anybody else seek to inquire at JCT? There being no further questions, are there any amendments? There being no amendments, the question is on.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, does anybody seek? Okay, so I was trying to get ahead of you. Sorry.
That's all right. Move to strike.
Would someone like to strike the last word?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Doggett is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, in January of 2011, after Republicans took over the House, they could hardly contain themselves in getting to this committee to pass the first repeal of the Affordable Care Act. And they made many comments then, as they have repeated them about 60 some odd times since then, about how evil the Affordable Care Act was, how many rights it took away from people that it protected from bankruptcy, and that we just couldn't move fast enough to repeal it. But wait, they said, we're not just about repeal, we're for repeal and replace. And so the very next day after they passed the repeal of the Affordable Care Act, they passed what I believe I accurately described at that time as the 12 Platitudes. And the 12 Platitudes was a page-and-a-half bill that contained their 12 principles for replacing the Affordable Care Act, most of them being principles that anyone would support, like preserving the physician-patient relationship. Since that time, as we look at the years that have passed, in 2011, in 2012, in 2013, in 2014, and now 3/4 of the way through 2015, we have been waiting for the replace part for our Republican colleagues to come before this committee and present specific legislation about how they would do more than simply throw half of a life preserver to a family that is drowning in health care debt. And this is it, the same measure that they presented in 2012. The only replacement that they have offered for the Affordable Care Act is tax breaks for Tylenol. And in this measure, over-the-counter drugs, they're going to restore the right of a handful, a portion, a handful overall as far as a percentage of American families to deduct their expenses for Tylenol or the morning after pill or whatever else they might get over the counter. They have no proposal that they have brought to this committee as an alternative to the Affordable Care Act, because as imperfect as it is our best hope of being able to see that American families don't drown in health care debt. And as far as drugs are concerned, I believe this bill is also misdirected in focusing only on over-the-counter drugs. There is hardly a week that goes by now that we don't see one outrage after another on the pricing of prescription drugs. It's clear that the price that is set for drugs for cancer patients is whatever the market of someone who's about to die if they don't get the hope of having their life extended by a few weeks or a few months will pay. And so a cancer diagnosis these days for one American family after another is not only a diagnosis of a terrible healthcare tragedy, it is a diagnosis that you're about to go bankrupt if you want to be able to afford prescription drugs that may well cost over $100,000 a year. The committee would be better in focusing its attention on whether it is in the area of oncology, and one oncologist after another has voiced concern about the outrage of the high prices of these prescription drugs, or hepatitis C, or any number of other maladies at the huge cost that this bill and the failure to provide any alternative to the Affordable Care Act provide. And finally, and I salute him as one of the sponsors of this measure for his consistency, Mr. Kine's point. This is really just part of the effort to defund the Affordable Care Act bit by bit. And this is about a $7 billion bit that is being removed. There's one other proposal after another to come in if they cannot repeal the Affordable Care Act and all the protections that it offers Americans to defund it. And this is one of those steps, and that's among the several reasons why I oppose this measure and urge its rejection. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back balance of his time. Mr. Paulson, you
move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
You know, there are so many families. I have to start out by thanking Ms. Jenkins for bringing this legislation forward. There are so many families that rely on healthcare savings accounts, that rely on flexible spending accounts to help pay for routine out-of-pocket costs. And until the president's new health care law was passed, that was the law before, this included over-the-counter medications. And now, if a mom wants to buy Claritin and use her health savings account, use her flexible savings account, she's got to go to a doctor to get a prescription for allergy medication. You have to get a doctor's prescription for Advil. You have to get a doctor's prescription to buy aspirin. It doesn't make any sense. Parents don't like it. Doctors don't like it. It wastes time for the provider, and it certainly costs more for our health care system. I wish we were actually expanding the legislation going farther by reducing and eliminating the artificial caps that were also put in place as a part of Obamacare. But I think the bipartisan effort that Ms. Jenkins is leading here is right on track. It's going to help so many average families across the country, and it's another example of how I think some of our constituents, I'm guessing nearly every one of us that are sitting here today, have heard from a family or someone who's been affected or impacted by this and was frustrated by seeing how you have to pass a law to find out what's in it. And I would yield back.
Goes back, Mr. Crawley.
Thank you, Mr.
Move to strike
Chairman.
last word. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm finally getting all this. I realize what last week was all about now. So we were passing the Pay China First Act last week out of committee, the Prepare for Donald Trump Act out of committee last week, the Prepare for Bankruptcy of the United States bill last week out of committee, so we can come to this week and accelerate the travel down the roadway towards default by adding almost $500 billion onto the national deficit. That's basically what we're doing today. To me, the power of this committee is mind-boggling. It's almost more powerful than the Pope. I'm disappointed, though we're here again in this pattern of disguising reasonable ideas in unpaid-for bills that add to the deficit. For example, maybe we do want to take a look at flexible spending accounts and how they're used. I think there's some good there. Can we make it easier for our constituents to pay for basic health needs like over-the-counter medications? These products still play an important role in helping people get and stay healthy, even without a prescription. I think we can and should look at how to best ensure access to medications. So I do appreciate the goal. It's supported by Democrats and Republicans of improving access to over-the-counter products, but not as a part of this deficit-busting bonanza that's going on. It never ends. You talk on one end about fiscal responsibility, then the next week you talk about adding trillions of dollars onto the nation's debt. And at some point, the American people are going to pick up on this and know exactly what you're doing. You're just playing a game of bamboozle. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
From those back, Dr. McDermott, did you want to move to strike last word? Gentleman's recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. We all watched the debate last night and listened to the awful state of the American economy. And the chairman said in 2013, the debt is crushing our economy. It's slowing us down. It's guaranteeing the next generation has a diminished future. The chairman of the Budget Committee, Mr. Price, said just this week, those who will bear the full brunt of these circumstances are today's younger Americans, many of whom are increasingly aware that it's becoming more difficult to achieve the American dream through the traditional formula of determination, hard work, and education. They are a generation of Americans who are putting off buying homes and starting families because they face mountains of student debt and fewer job prospects, and a generation of Americans who have lost the trust that we, their representatives, will make sure those programs are there for them. Mr. Kelly said just recently, the nation is facing serious problems right now. Our national debt is quickly approaching $17 trillion. Our economy is growing far too slowly and producing far too few opportunities for young Americans. Our cherished health and retirement security programs are on the road to bankruptcy. Now, that's what people say when they're not in this committee. They go out on the stump and say that stuff publicly, and it's no wonder that the American people are a little bit either confused or angry, because they get that kind of rhetoric about what terrible debt we have, and yet in here today, we are adding $441 billion to the national debt. Now, you can't have it both ways. You can't talk out of both sides of your mouth and be believed. And people who want to be believed when they say that this country is collapsing under the debt, then come in here and in this committee, as we will finish today, we have added over $1 trillion worth of debt this year alone. And the American people should understand that the Republicans talk about their concern about debt and their deep concerns about sustainability of our economy and all the rest. But when they're in here in the committee, they can't give it away fast enough and increase the debt fast enough. Every time we come in here, as Joe says, you can't believe what you're seeing. We're deciding we're going to pay the Chinese, but we're not going to pay doctors, hospitals, schools, universities, health research, NASA, any other contractor in this country after September 30th will be, well, they're just standing in line waiting with their cup out, hoping that the Congress will find the money. Meanwhile, we're giving it out the back door here, $400 billion in one morning. I'm not going to give this speech 7 times. I'm only going to give it once. But it applies to all the bills. And anybody who talks about caring about debt and then votes for these bills is simply hypocritical to the nth degree. And that's why I think everybody ought to vote no on this bill. Not because it's a bad idea. I mean, there are lots of us who think there's good things in it. But it's got to be paid for. And if you want to do something, you got to be willing to step up to the line and put your nickel on the bar. And unfortunately, in this committee, everybody's willing to take stuff, but they're not willing to put a nickel on the bar on the Republican side.
Anyone else seek to strike last word? Mr. Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sometimes with all the discussion, things get lost. So I'm going to try to clarify something because I asked some questions earlier, Mr. Bartold, and I want to make sure it's clear. If every American could get this, maybe we could support something like this with the admonition of Mr. Kind, one of the co-sponsors of the legislation, who said, let's cover the costs some way so we're not adding to the deficit. So I agree completely with Mr. Kind said. First, it's foolhardy to talk about shutting down government, that we're increasing deficits, mounting debt, and then talk about passing legislation which gives tax breaks, which adds billions of dollars to the deficit. And so this legislation, because it's not paid for, is going to make our fiscal road tougher. That's one thing. But two, this legislation isn't for everyone. So take Mr. Paulson's example of the person who goes into the convenience store or the drugstore to buy aspirin or Claritin. Mr. Paulson, I would just make one correction to what you said. There's nothing in the law today that prevents that person from buying aspirin or Claritin. What the law does is it says you can buy it, but you can't get a tax break for having bought it. And if you want to be able to get a tax break for having bought that aspirin and make other taxpayers cover part of the cost of that aspirin because you're going to write it off in your taxes, then you have to have a note, a prescription note from your doctor saying you need it. That way you can write it off as a medical expense under the tax code. So no one is prohibited from buying aspirin at any drugstore, pharmacy today, or any other over-the-counter medication. You can buy it. You just can't get a tax break that you can then have the rest of taxpayers cover it for you. So two people walk into that drugstore, one with a flexible savings account, one without it but has health care coverage but not a flexible savings account. Both buy aspirin. That one person with a flexible savings account gets to write off the cost of that aspirin on his taxes at the end of the year. The other person who bought the same aspirin doesn't. If people think it's fair for some people, and again, a minority of people in the country, to be able to take that tax break where the rest of Americans can't, then fine, that's a society we want to have. I think it's fair to tell people we're going to treat everybody the same when it comes to their taxes, be fair about it, and if you get a tax break, everyone should be able to at least qualify for that tax break. That's the difficulty. But when at the same time you give a tax break to a few people, and then you have the rest of American taxpayers cover the cost of that tax break because you don't pay for the cost of that tax break in this legislation, that's when it really becomes a double whammy on American taxpayers. And so we should understand what we're talking about, because there's nothing wrong with the idea of letting people be able to deduct the cost of aspirin when they go buy it at a drugstore, if we want to make sure that, one, we give everyone an option to do that, and two, we are fiscally responsible in how we do it. Unfortunately, I think this legislation, the way it's drafted, is both fiscally responsible at the time that we have a $400 billion deficit, and this adds another close to $7 billion to it. And at the same time, you're talking only about a fraction of Americans who get to take advantage of this tax break, while the rest of Americans are covering the cost. With that, I'll yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody else seek to strike the last word? Seeing none. The question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now recognize Mr. Johnson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report H.R. 1270 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 1270 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 1270 as amended is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, I ask that the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill, and that members may have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. The next order of business. Now we're on to the tax bills. The next order of business is a bill introduced by Mr. Reichert and Mr. Pasquarello, the Educator Tax Relief Act of 2015. Mr. Reichert, you are recognized for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me thank several of my colleagues here today, Mr. Pasquarello, Mr. McDermott, Mr. Kine, Mr. Kelly, Ms. Jenkins, Mr. Meehan, and Mr. Dold on this committee, others off this committee who are co-sponsoring this important piece of legislation with me. I'd also like to, Mr. Chairman, enter into the record a letter of support from the National Education Association on behalf of its 3 million members. Letter of support from the NEA.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Each summer, teachers across the country prepare for their upcoming school year. We owe a lot of thanks to these teachers who work so hard to welcome our kids, and in my case, my grandkids now, into their classrooms. They go above and beyond to create the best learning environment for their students to be successful. Often teachers dig into their own pockets to pay for school supplies. And they shouldn't have to do this, but they do. They're committed, they love education, they love to teach, and they're committed to their profession, but I think they should be compensated. This legislation provides that necessary tax relief and certainty our educators deserve. Specifically, this legislation makes permanent and indexes to inflation the current above-the-line deduction for certain expenses of elementary and secondary school teachers. Since 2002, this deduction has helped to offset the costs of supplies, books, and computer equipment for teachers who use their own hard-earned dollars to pay for these items. This bill also builds upon the current deduction by expanding it to cover professional development courses. When teachers continue their education and enhance their skills through professional development, it benefits us all. The more our educators learn, the more our students learn. And like many of you, I remember the teachers who successfully pushed me to work a little harder and inspired me to try my best. The Educator Tax Relief Act is about recognizing this difficult but very important work. Mr. Chairman, I thank you again for including this provision in the markup today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Levin's recognized, or his designee.
I'm going to speak and then yield to Mr. Pasquale. Well, now we start a series of tax bills. When we put these together, if they're passed through the committee, it will mean that we will have added over $1 trillion to the deficit. Like the others, this is permanent, unpaid for. There's some merit to this, but everybody should understand the consequences. It's being said here that we're going to spend $2.5 billion for this deduction. At the same time, Republican budgets cut appropriations for education by tens and tens of billions of dollars. So essentially we're saying, while we cut or inadequately fund education throughout this country in the billions and billions and billions of dollars, we're saying to teachers, if you pick up the gap, if you fill the gap, essentially we're going to give you a deduction. I'm in favor of continuing this deduction only under circumstances where there is fiscal responsibility and only under the circumstances that there's adequate funding overall for elementary, secondary education and higher education in this country. So it's inconsistent and worse, essentially, to add over $1 trillion to this deficit. And also, in this particular case, to say we're going to help teachers because, in good measure, we have failed to carry out our fundamental responsibility of adequately funding. We can't get an elementary secondary education act through this Congress. This majority is incapable of acting on the basic education legislation. And so now we're saying, make this provision permanent, unpaid for. Our position has been consistent basically on all of these provisions, whatever their merits. We Democrats have basically opposed this path that you're following on, and the administration has been very clear in support of that path. We're not going to veer from that today. We won't veer for it on the floor. You may put some people in a position where it's maybe a little difficult for them to vote no, but basically our position is this is unwise fiscally. It's unwise in terms of the overall appropriations of the discretionary non-defense appropriations. We can't get appropriation bills through this Congress, and now we're going to add to the deficit. Are you going to yield time? I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Pasquale.
Gentleman has 1 minute and 30 seconds. 32.
Can I,
no, not anymore.
can I
26.
skip the yielding and have my own time?
No, we haven't gone through the walkthrough yet. This is the opening statement that's limited to 5 minutes. You've got 1:18.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Reichert, for working to bring this legislation forward. We've worked together on many things. We're just beginning the school year, and we're dealing with out-of-pocket expenses for teachers. Nearly all teachers spend their own money on school supplies. I was a teacher way back when. During the 2012-2013 school year, teachers spent $1.6 billion on basic supplies. So that's about an average of $485 per teacher. The total working time for a teacher in the United States is estimated at 53 hours per week. Despite the fact that they work more hours, they get paid only about 70% of what their peers in other fields earn. Tell your presidential candidates about that. And less than a third of the United States teachers surveyed say they feel valued by society. So let's send a different message, Mr. Chairman. This act would make permanent and index to inflation the above-the-line deduction allowed for educators who purchase classroom supplies, et cetera.
Time for the gentleman has expired. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 2940. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point.
No time, sir.
I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Tom Barthold, Chief of Staff to JCT, to provide technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I ask members to hold off their questions until after his presentation. Mr. Barthold, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The members have before them Joint Committee documents JCX 116 and 117, which describe the underlying legislation and the Chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute. In short, this legislation would make permanent the $250 above-the-line deduction permitted for certain out-of-pocket expenditures by educators. This provision had expired at the end of last year. It would also modify prior law by indexing the $250 amount and by permitting certain professional development expenditures to count as qualified expenditures for purpose of the above-the-line deduction. That concludes my description. Happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Any questions that are technical in nature for Mr. Barthold? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Pasquale.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer an amendment to H.R. 2889, the Carried Interest Fairness Act.
The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brady, gentleman from Texas recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Let's wait for the clerk to distribute the amendment. All right. Amendment's been distributed to at least who's here. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as I indicated in my opening statement, I strongly support this concept and idea. I think it's incredibly important, but I simply cannot support the piecemeal approach to addressing the problem that is our tax code. This is a tax writing committee, and all we do is pick and choose certain deductions and make them permanent, totally unpaid for, when what we should be doing is comprehensive tax reform, picking out the tax deductions and credits that make for good talking points and making them permanent without making the tough choices about how to pay for them isn't courageous. That's a gimmick. The committee today is moving to pass $411 billion in new tax breaks, adding to the $611 billion already passed. And we are the tax party? That's more than $1 trillion of tax cuts this year alone. Yet none of these tax cuts were included in your budget. How do you account for that? You got these tax cuts, you don't account for them in a budget. How off is the budget? Your budget assumes revenue-neutral tax reform, yet none of these tax cuts are revenue-neutral. While I support many of the tax provisions before us today, I can't in good conscience support adding $411 billion to the deficit. Let's see what all your presidential candidates are going to say about that. This is America, you know. So that's why I'm offering the amendment. The 25 highest paid hedge fund managers and traders made a combined $24.3 billion in 2013. The carried interest loophole allows these types of investment fund managers to take advantage of the preferential 20% tax on capital gains on income received as compensation. All other Americans pay 39.6% on income from labor. We don't disparage wealth in this country, but we do not give special treatment to those who need it at the least. Are hedge fund managers really providing a special value to our society that we need to subsidize? Carried interest is really a taxpayer-subsidized fee. Ask candidate Bush. He agrees with us. As President Obama pointed out earlier this year, the top 25 hedge fund managers make more than all the kindergarten teachers combined in the United States of America. That's a fascinating number. And the press hasn't written about these because it's not circus wrestling time. But this tells you where our budget is. $1 trillion over 10 years, no word in the budget. Just yesterday, speaking to the Business Roundtable, President Obama enlisted business leaders in calling on Congress to end the tax break for carried interest, using the funds to pay for domestic and national security programs. Even Republicans are starting to see this nonsensical loophole. According to the JCT, taxing carried interest at ordinary income would raise about $16 billion over 10 years. But this is a low estimate that assumes changes in behavior after the loophole closes. Some estimates put the number up more than 10 times that. This amendment would more than offset a modest $250 tax deduction for teachers. Think about those numbers I just went over, Mr. Chairman. They're out of proportion. $250 to teachers who year after year have paid for this out of their own, talk about out-of-pocket expenses. I was a teacher at one time, I could tell you, they're out-of-pocket expenses. So you're not going to buy teachers off with $250. I got news for you. They're a lot smarter than we ever give them credit for, or that society ever gives them credit for. Present company excluded. So, Mr. Chairman, I give this in good faith. I think it's important that we start to pay our bills. And if you go through what we've done since January the 1st, whether you're talking about the food and inventory donations, charitable things, that was $14 billion. $79 billion for Escort built-in gains. $182 billion for research and development. We all want research and development. We want to pay for it. $42 billion state and local sales tax. $269 billion of state tax repeal. $25 billion medical device tax repeal.
Time for the gentleman's expired.
You know what the bottom line is.
Bottom line is time for the gentleman's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your courtesy.
So, time for the gentleman is expired. I note that a point of order has been reserved, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will make a point of order to the amendment because it's not germane to the amendment. The nature of a substitute amendment violates House Rule 16, Clause 7, because the carried interest offset is not related to the subject matter of the amendment and the nature of a substitute.
I'm prepared to rule the amendment is not germane to the amendment in the nature of a substitute because it does violate House Rule 16, Clause 7, because the carried interest offset is not related to the subject matter of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The point of order is sustained and the amendment is not in order. Are there other amendments? Seeing none, is there anyone who wishes to strike the last word?
I do.
Mr. Pasquarello.
So in other words, get this straight
So you have
for my own edification, Mr. Chairman. In other words, it's out of order if it's not out of order to try to pay for something, correct? If I may, Mr. Brady? It's not out of order to find something to pay for what we're voting on. Through the chair. Through the chair.
Is the gentleman yielding?
Yeah.
Germaneness is to the amendment itself because it has nothing to do with the underlying bill.
Paying for, you know how many things we pay for that have nothing to do directly with the essence of a piece of legislation? Why is this, we're finding something to pay for it? Give me an example through the chair of what would be germane in picking out something to pay for this. What's germane?
Gentleman has a number of options on germaneness related to the tax code, but in this specific case, clearly carried interest issues, real estate partnerships have nothing to do with helping teachers, handle their out-of-pocket costs. So
I would argue, the gentleman, that the burden the burden is on the gentleman for designing an amendment that is germane. The burden is not on the chair to design an amendment for him. The burden's on yourself.
I'm sorry. I think it is germane, Mr. Chairman. That's why I'm asking Mr. Brady, who else I have a great deal of respect for, believe it or not. I want you to tell me what is germane. So put me in the right direction if I'm in the wrong direction. Tell me what would be germane to pay for this.
The gentleman seek recognition to talk about the bill. The issue of germaneness has already been dispensed with. Does the gentleman, is he seeking to strike the last word to discuss the bill?
Yes, I am.
The gentleman can continue.
I'm choosing to strike the last word and asking a question to the person who...
Question has been answered. Is there anything else that the gentleman has?
I don't think it has been. It hasn't been
Not to your
answered.
satisfaction, but to ours.
Excuse me, sir. It has not been answered to my satisfaction because we could be talking about any issue here. You know how many times we brought this up? This isn't germane. You can't pay for this that way. It just struck me this morning. Well, then how do you pay for this? Give me an idea. I'll come back with another thing, maybe on the floor. Give me an idea.
The burden's on the gentleman, not on the majority, not on the chair. The burden's on the gentleman. The burden of coming up with an amendment that's germane is on the gentleman.
Well, I'm challenging the definition of what is germane here.
Is the gentleman have an issue with respect to the underlying bill? If not, the gentleman will surrender the rest of his time. Gentleman's time has expired. Anybody else seek the last word? Mr. Doggett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This measure, as it is presented today, is a rather cynical move. Cynical in the sense, first, that we have the thinnest of sugar coatings in this package of bills, where there is one measure you can see through to help teachers combined with 4 corporate tax breaks that we're about to consider. Indeed, if you look at the priorities that are here today, as I figure it, over the course of a decade, the average teacher would benefit about $650. And just one of these 4 corporate tax giveaways we're about to consider would provide the average corporate taxpayer $65 million over the same period. 650 versus 65 million. The second way that this is a cynical endeavor today is that it is not too strong to tell our teachers, who are called upon to do so much, that this tax advantage that I support for them to be able to get something back on the supplies they provide in their schools is being paid for by cutting our schools. And I'm not talking about what might be proposed for the future or an adjustment for inflation. The House Appropriations Committee has already acted on public education and education in general for this year. They are proposing to cut more than twice as much as the value of this bill this year from teacher quality state grants, from the grants that help us improve the quality of our public schools. You'd pay for it 2 times over just with the cuts from the current level of funding that are being made there. The same appropriation bill cuts from current funding that exists today the measure that encourages striving readers, the largest reading program in the country. It cuts the STEM education programs for math and science partnerships, again by about the same amount as it would give back in these tax deductions to our teachers. Yes, we are calling on our teachers to do more and more. When you look at the back-to-school list, not only teachers, but children and their parents, they get a list to bring back crayons, scissors, glue sticks, Ziploc bags, reams of paper, disinfectant wipes, Kleenex, even toilet paper, because the local budget doesn't cover this. Because you have a combination of the cutbacks to the federal commitment to education and a group of Republican governors who will not fund quality public education, and the teacher ends up having to try to make up the difference. Another example of this is the way that the Republican budget cuts public service loan forgiveness. We have students and graduates who get not only a diploma, they get a mountain of debt. And we have a number of forgiveness programs that give those students the opportunity, those graduates the opportunity to go into education and to teach. This program, $10 billion of student loan debt relief eliminated in the bill that has already been approved in this House in the appropriations bill. I believe that those are wrongs, that we need to consider overall what we're doing about education, and simply come along in order to make some corporate tax giveaways look good and preserve unpaid for a very small amount over 10 years to help teachers do what their governors and what their members of Congress should be doing in supporting quality public education, in assuring that every one of these children has an opportunity to achieve their full God-given potential, that we reinforce our commitment to competitiveness in our workforce by supporting education from pre-K to post-grad, that to do only this and preserve unpaid for a very modest amount to provide a deduction for teachers misses the whole point of where our priorities should be, and it's here largely just to cover what's being done on a corporate tax break, and I yield back.
32 seconds. Gentleman from Washington, move to strike last word?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Thank you.
then we'll go to Danny.
Mr. Chairman, I just, Mr. Doggett, I have to take a moment just to take issue with your description of my effort as being cynical, and the names of those added to this piece of legislation as described as being cynical. My effort in this is sincere, and honest. And I think every one of us in this room, and especially at this dais, recognize the, as I said in my opening statement, the sincere efforts and hard work of every teacher that we've ever had as growing up. And I can think of one in particular who, as I was a runaway, living on the streets in my hometown as a senior in high school, football coach who, in my opinion, saved my life and put me in the right direction and the right path and pulled me off the streets and back into the classroom. So my effort here is it's one step. It's one small step. And yes, $250 compared to some other efforts in other legislation might be something that someone might consider to be a minuscule effort. But I agree with you in one sense that, yes, teachers don't make a lot of money, but $250 is a big deal. And it also, in helping, as we adjust this to inflation, there's an additional benefit in this piece of legislation. And remember, everyone on this panel, this has been a piece of legislation that everyone on this panel has supported for 13 years with no pay for. For 13 years with no pay for. So now all of a sudden, we're going to be against this bill because we want to make it permanent. If 13 years isn't permanent in Congress, I don't know what is. I yield back.
In fact, Mr. Davis, do you seek to strike last word? Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support permanently extending the deduction for certain expenses for elementary and secondary school teachers. However, as Mr. Levin indicated earlier, we must do so responsibly. This above-the-line deduction helps reimburse hardworking teachers for costs that aren't reimbursed by their schools, even if the teachers do not itemize their taxes. With state education cuts, these non-reimbursable expenses have grown, yet our committed teachers continue to make purchases to help our youngest citizens learn. In talking to my constituents and as a former teacher, I know that the $250 pales in comparison to the hundreds of dollars teachers expend to improve education for their students. Indeed, a 2013 study of teachers found that 58% of teachers spent over $200 of their own money to purchase supplies, with almost one-third spending more than $400. Even more telling, 62% of teachers surveyed said they had abandoned 2 or more projects because the costs were not covered by the school's budget. Based upon the Internal Revenue's data for tax year 2011, 3.8 million taxpayers took the $250 above-the-line deduction for educator expenses, claiming some $964 million in deductions. There were approximately 3.7 million full-time equivalent elementary and secondary school teachers engaged in classroom instruction in the fall of 2012. This number has risen 7% since 2002. There are currently 138,443 public school teachers in Illinois. Certainly these teachers deserve just as much certainty about their tax benefits as large multinational corporations and hedge fund managers. Again, teachers deserve it without a doubt. There is no question, but it must be done responsibly so that we're not continuing to contribute to a deficit and passing tax laws that we can't pay for. And I yield back.
Mr. Reed, you move to strike last word?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to join with my colleague from the state of Washington to raise a response to my good friend from Texas about the allegation that we are doing this in a cynical manner. This is a good faith effort to adopt good, sound tax policy. But I will also add this. If I'm going to be part of the party that is going to be given a label and that label is that I support reducing the tax burden on all Americans, I gladly accept that label. I firmly believe the less tax burden you put on Americans, the stronger we will be as a nation and as our fellow Americans get to use their own money that they earn on a day-to-day basis. But I would also question my colleagues, if you want to talk about cynicism, what is going on here? We have an opportunity in a bipartisan basis to come to an agreement. You say that you're not paying for it and you're going to stand firm on paying for things on the other side of the aisle. We have an opportunity here to say we can come to yes. We can come together in a bipartisan basis on policy such as this before us, this education bill, to say yes. And I strongly encourage my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join with us and come together in a bipartisan basis on policy we all agree and we've supported previously. That is good policy. And if that means we do not pay for it in this situation, well, so be it. Because at the end of the day, as my colleague from Washington articulated, these are teachers across America that are going to be able to get $200 to $250 of their own money kept in their pocket. And to me, that's the fundamentally right thing to do. And so to raise the question of cynicism, to me, is very problematic. And I would encourage my colleagues to work with us, especially on the provisions that we clearly agree upon, to adopt sound tax policy for our fellow American citizens and join us in this effort rather than be divisive and put a partisan block in what otherwise is good, sound tax policy. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from California seeks strike last word.
Yes, I do.
Gentlelady's
Mr.
recognized.
Chairman. Thank you. Today's markup feels sort of like we're on this hamster wheel that goes around and around and around and never really moves us forward. Because instead of tackling comprehensive tax reform, we're doing the exact opposite. And I think it's been shown time and time again that doing one-offs on tax provisions in the code doesn't really work. We all know that changes, if you change any part of the tax code, it's like throwing a pebble into a pond because it has ripple effects across the rest of the code. But cherry picking certain provisions, even provisions that I strongly support on the merits, isn't the way to revamp our tax code to make it simpler and fairer and provide the certainty that all taxpayers need and deserve. Do I support teachers? Of course I do. You better believe it. Quality public education is the reason that I'm sitting here in this seat today. Today, far too many school teachers take money from their already stretched paychecks, take it out of their pocket, and they cover the costs of materials that their students and the families of those students can afford even less. And I know this because I used to teach the 3rd grade. Today, we're not really doing anything that truly helps teachers. You're simply making them a pawn in a political game. This isn't really what our teachers deserve. You can say you want to give them the tax help. I think you're not going to get an argument on the merits of doing that. But in the overall spirit of trying to revamp our clunky, outdated tax code, we need to get serious about reform. And we need to tackle the entire code. That's more what America's teachers need than this single provision. We're not going to pass a strong economy onto our next generation unless and until we all on this committee get serious about a plan for comprehensive tax reform. We can't continue to kick the can down the road and continue to allow uncertainty, complexity, and inequality in our tax code. That's just an unsustainable approach, and frankly, I think it's beneath this committee. And because I think that the route that we're walking down is irresponsible, I can't go along with it. And with that, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Generally yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
These are well-worn arguments. We've been told that opponents to these bills have been consistent through the years, and I would say, yeah, consistently inconsistent. Since 2002 on this provision alone, our Democrat friends have supported it, generally unpaid for at the end of every year, as long as it's for 1 year at a time, temporary, or maybe 2 years, but generally a very temporary extension. And that doesn't seem to create a problem. But when we recognize these are really permanent provisions that have strong bipartisan support, and in this case, just helps our teachers write off a little bit of what comes out of their pocket to educate our kids, all of a sudden, at the end of the year, they'll go for it. It's sort of sort of the thinking, there are no calories in food as long as you eat them standing up. Well, there's no cost to tax provisions as long as you do it hastily and temporarily at the end of the year. That makes no sense. What we're trying to do here is take a significant step toward tax reform, one by creating certainty. So tax provisions, whether they encourage a small business to buy that new piece of equipment or a computer, whether it's helping school teachers, creating certainty for taxpayers. Secondly, this is honest budgeting. We know these provisions are a key part and permanent part of the tax code. We recognize that they are. So this is honest budgeting. So we can go forward and remove the asterisk from these provisions and going forward with true comprehensive tax reform. We also don't believe that extending these provisions should cause us to raise taxes on other Americans. It makes no sense to do that, especially since if you look at the last year, Americans next month will discover over the past year they have paid more per taxes than at any time since we've been keeping books on how much they pay. We are an overtaxed nation. We surely do not need to increase those taxes at a time when, frankly, we need to be reducing them so we have a chance for the economy to grow and for those stagnant paychecks, frankly, to go a little further. So look, this is an important step toward tax reform, creates certainty, honest budgeting, and removes this asterisk so we can move forward. With that, I strongly support this bill. Chairman, yield.
Thank you. Gentleman, yields back balance of his time. Mr. Neal is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word before I yield my time to Mr. Pasquale. I want to comment on some of the points that Mr. Reed made earlier. Nobody objects to tax relief for the American family. The argument we had here was over the distributional nature of those cuts and who got what. That was the issue. It's the people at the top received hefty decreases in their tax exposure and burden. That's what this was about, and any objective review of the distributional tables would have drawn the same conclusion. Those were skewed to people at the very top, and I would remind everybody, $2.3 trillion worth of tax cuts in 2001 and 2003. I yield the rest of my time to Mr. Pasquale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to associate myself with any word of cynicism. I know my friend Mr. Reichert. I think he's wrong and you're wrong on how we're going to pay for this, if ever. But I don't consider Mr. Reichert a cynical person at all. Correct, Mr. Reichert? Now, look, I think my friend from Texas just had an interesting explanation. But there's a big difference between extending for 1 year or 2 years and making something permanent, not only in terms of intent, but in terms of cost. There's a big difference. I think you'd agree with me. No? But I understand that when you make an amendment and you want to pay, and that amendment must be very specifically germane to what we're talking about. I understand that. And I understand, Mr. Chairman, you make the rules, whoever the chairman is, at the very beginning of the process way back when. And I respect that. You have every right to do that. But this is a very narrow definition. So I'll take your narrow definition, and this is my conclusion. If I take the narrow definition of what you mean by germane, not only on this topic, but a lot of other topics, but let's stick with this right now. I would legitimately, I think, conclude that the only way we could come up with a pay-for on this piece of legislation, the only way, is to take something out of the budget in education that already exists. Or, let me take it even more specifically. You would have to tax teachers in order to pay for what they are paying for out of their pocket right now. If I take your definition, which you have every right to do, and I'm not questioning that, I'm questioning what the result is of your definition of germane. It's easy to say something doesn't match, you can't take it from here, and so let's go specifically to your definition. It's got to be specific, it's got to be defined in that specific way, it's got to be targeted. The only conclusion I have is it must come out of what's already been appropriated, or you're going to tax teachers to do this, if you wanted to pay for it on a permanent basis, which is being called for in this piece of legislation. You have no other choice. Or do as we've done for many years. Don't pay for it. And so that's where we are. And I guess that's what you're advocating. So I'll have to challenge, if I'm here the next time around, and whoever the chairman is going to be, I will challenge the definition of germaneness, that definition. Because everything we've introduced over the past year, when we say we want to pay for something, it's not germane. Because we have to, according to your definition, we got to tax the entity in order to come up with that money. So let me mull over that for a few months. Thank you.
Gentlemen, yield back to balanced time. I would just inform the gentleman that the House germaneness rules are not written by the chair. They're the House germaneness rules. And so the chair simply enforces the rules that have been written by the House on almost 200 years of precedence. Gentleman from Michigan, the ranking member is recognized.
These were not the rules on germaneness 100 years ago.
Time for the gentleman's expired. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
So I guess we're wrapping up on this,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. Well, we've seen this movie before. So many times, nobody's coming. And we don't charge admission. It's just us chickens on the committee and the staff and a few other people. You know, you can't do tax reform, there's been reference to it. You can't do it helter-skelter. To the credit of Mr. Kemp, he did not do it that way. And by the way, when he did it comprehensively, he left out this provision. Mr. Reed, it was interesting. When you said it isn't paid for, so be it. I think maybe now we've found the best way to define how you approach these issues, so be it. The trouble is, it's so be it with $1 trillion $1 bills. That's how much is being added to the deficit through what you're doing here, past and present. And so we're going to have a roll call vote. I thought we should mention that to everybody because both Republicans and Democrats are grabbing a bite to eat. And the reason we want to do this is to just make clear that this path that you're undertaking on the Republican side is truly inconsistent, and I think it's really reprehensible, if I might say so, and I think is a dead end. It's not only a dead end in terms of legislation, it's a dead end in terms of good policy. So while this particular provision has some merit to it, it should not be part of a package that would end up adding $1 trillion, digging the hole deeper and deeper and deeper. And so my attitude to that is not at all so be it. We need to change direction, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I will move to strike last word to close this out and just try and address comments to members that apply to all of these bills. We have a difference in premise, and I think that's really clear, but let me see if I can try and explain the difference in premise and how we see this. I think the minority's arguments fall on deaf ears because they contain two enormous inconsistencies. The first inconsistency is people say they like these policies, deductibility for expenses for teachers to buy, supplies to the classroom. And the minority is willing to extend these tax provisions, quote unquote, without paying for them for 1 year or even 2 years at a time. But if you ever make it longer than that, then you have to go raise taxes on other hardworking Americans to keep taxes where they are for these people. That's an inconsistency. It would be better for the minority to say, never keep these provisions where they are and always raise taxes on everybody else to pay for them even for 1 year. But that's not the minority's position. So who's being inconsistent here? Here is our view. We believe that this is good tax policy. We all voted for it when we put it in law in the first place. And we believe that this is good tax policy and it does stay where it is. And we don't believe that to keep taxes where they are on these hardworking Americans, we have to go raise taxes on other people simply to keep them where they are on these other hardworking Americans. We disagree with that idea. And so it's an artifact of the baseline that has brought us to where we are right now. And the baseline law basically says, because there's a time limit in these tax breaks, in these tax provisions in law, we've got to go raise taxes on somebody else just to keep them where they are. We don't agree with that. We think that's not real, especially when on a bipartisan basis, everybody believes we ought to keep these and we ought to extend them, and we ought to extend them without raising taxes for 1 or 2 years at a time, but God forbid if you ever do it for more than that. We believe that the baseline ought to be what it actually is, what Congress intends it to be, and that is that these tax provisions do not go away for these hardworking taxpayers. That's the first inconsistency that our argument we're addressing. The second inconsistency is the way that these baselines are treated. You don't have this problem with spending. The CBO baseline, what we're talking about here is what we call the joint tax baseline, the tax baseline. I've never heard an argument from the other side saying that we have to cut spending to pay for the expiration of a spending increase when that occurs. Because the CBO baseline assumes that that spending is permanent. So the way accounting works here in Washington, and only in Washington, is a temporary spending program never has to be offset if it's extended. But a temporary tax relief has to be offset with more tax increases if it is extended. That's a huge inconsistency that I don't think is being reconciled very well here. Here is the bottom line. We all think this is good tax policy. This has been in the code for a long time. The problem is it is not meeting its potential because people are uncertain as to whether or not it's going to be continued or not. I mean, how many of us have had meetings with our constituents on things like Section 179 where they say, are you going to make us wait until December 11th to find out whether I can buy a tractor as a farmer or I can buy a truck as a contractor and then take it away 3 weeks later? The problem we are experiencing here is by making these things so temporary, by only extending them 1 year at a time or doing so just retroactively, is we're not even getting the benefit of the policy, which is to encourage the activity, which is invest in the economy, hire people, help your kids in the classroom, create jobs. So we're doing it, we got the worst of both worlds right now. We extend this policy in fits and starts, retroactively, 1 year at a time, produce all this uncertainty in the economy, so we don't get the effect of predictability so that people actually go out and invest like we are hoping to encourage with this policy in the first place. And then when we seek to fix this problem, then when we seek to make it permanent so that we have the certainty, so that we have the effect that we are trying to achieve with this policy in the first place, you're saying we got to go raise taxes on all these other Americans. We just disagree with that. And that is why we are moving these bills to the floor through this committee, because we believe these are good policies. And by the way, this helps us get to tax reform. We think this is consistent with our direction for tax reform. I understand the minority doesn't see it that way because I think the argument is they want a revenue code that raises a lot more money than anyone's ever proposing right here. And to what Mr. Brady said, our problem here is not that we're taxed too little. Our problem is that we're taxed too much. We got record revenues coming into the federal government. The fiscal problem we have is our spending is on a collision course. Our spending is going up too high. Our entitlement programs are unreformed and therefore going bankrupt. And the answer here is not to keep taxing and taxing and taxing and increasing this taxing baseline, because if we end up going down that path, which is the path presumably the minority is recommending, then we're gonna make this slow economy even slower. We want economic growth. We want more opportunity. We want predictability and certainty in the tax code, and that is why we are moving this and these other bills to the floor. With that, I will yield the balance of my time. Seeing that there are no more moves to strike last word, the question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment of the nature substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Johnson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report H.R. 2940 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 2940 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. A roll call vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady, aye. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, aye. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, aye. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Bustani? Mr. Bustani, aye. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, aye. Ms. Black? Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, aye. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, aye. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, aye. Mr. Holding? Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Dold? Mr. Dold, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Rangel? Mr. Rangel, no. Mr. McDermott? Mr. McDermott, no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Becerra? Mr. Becerra, no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, no. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, yes. Mr. Holding? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Crowley? Chairman Ryan?
Aye.
Chairman Ryan, aye.
Taking a while to count this vote.
She's only got 10 fingers.
Yeah. Clerk, report the vote.
23 yeas, 13 nays.
There being 23 ayes and 13 nays, the motion is agreed to. H.R. 2940 as amended is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, I ask that the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill, and that members may have 2 additional days to file with the clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. The next order of business is a bill introduced by Mr. Kelly and Mr. Neal, the Restaurant and Retail Jobs and Growth Act of 2015. Mr. Kelly, you are now recognized for an opening statement on your bill.
Okay, I want to thank the chairman for bringing up H.R. 765 today for a vote. And also Mr. Neal for being such a champion of this legislation for such a long time. Now, there's several other members of the committee that have joined in co-sponsoring this important legislation. Ms. Jenkins is on it, Ms. Black's on it, Ms. Nome's on it, Mr. Paulson, Mr. Teaberry, Mr. Reed, Mr. Marchant, Mr. Nunez, Mr. Renacci, and Mr. Thompson. H.R. 765 is titled the Restaurant and Retail Jobs and Growth Act, and that's because that's what it is. This is about 14 million related jobs, about 10% of our nation's workforce. This is a bill that would make permanent the 15-year depreciation schedule for leasehold improvements, restaurant improvements, new construction, and retail improvements. Now, under current tax law, restaurants and retail properties generally depreciate or write off the cost of buildings and improvements over a period of 39 years. This doesn't reflect the economic realities for most American retailers and restaurateurs. Millions of customers patronize our nation's restaurants and retailers daily. As a result, restaurants and businesses must constantly remodel and update their buildings to keep up with everyday wear and tear caused by employees and customers. A 15-year depreciation schedule more closely reflects the economic realities for most American retailers and restaurateurs. To better reflect the realistic life of business investment, Congress has shortened commercial depreciation schedules, including those of restaurants and retail improvements in the past. Therefore, Congress has regularly enacted a 15-year depreciation schedule for this class of properties and renewed it on a temporary basis. Unfortunately, the 15-year depreciation provision has been temporary, and it expired again at the end of 2014. It's time we make this provision permanent in the tax code so these Main Street businesses owners can better plan their future investments. Improvements need to be made in a timelier manner, instead of once every 39 years based on the current depreciation schedule. It just doesn't make sense. Now's the time to permanently extend the 15-year tax provision to ensure that today's depreciation schedule better reflects the economic useful life of these types of investments. As the U.S. economy continues on the path of recovery, America's businesses need to be able to look ahead and plan for capital improvements to expand and grow their businesses. The ability for a business to be able to look ahead, knowing that there is some certainty in the tax liabilities in the subsequent years, is vital to people when they have to make that decision. That's what the Restaurant and Retail Jobs and Growth Act would do. Again, I want to thank the chairman, but I've listened to the conversation so far. I mean, honestly, if we can make it less than 2 years, it doesn't get scored. If it doesn't get scored, we don't have to defend some type of a spend. It just doesn't make any sense. In the real world, the world that I live in, the world that I represent, it would be hard to sit and listen to this debate today and say, you know what, we are all on board with this, but doggone it, it gets scored. Once it's scored, now we're going to be held accountable for something. There's nobody in the real life that does this. There's an old saying, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. Are you kidding me? If you want to get to tax reform, you better first of all know what it is that you have to get to. What does it cost you to run the business? And this fact that we push it back and forth about whose fault it is and who struck John, I think the American people are tired of hearing that. We need American solutions to America's problems. We don't need to have this partisan bickering back and forth that doesn't solve anything for anybody, but it really does make it certain in their mind that this is just an institution that can't function in the real world. Forget about who our candidates are, who your candidates are. Let's think about who America's candidates are and who's going to get this back on track again. Permanent tax code, one that you can look at and know for certain that it's going to be there, certainly makes it a heck of a lot easier to plan where you're going to spend your money in the future, how you're going to invest your money, and how you're going to grow your business. Please, stop the pushing back and forth. We don't need that. America needs people to come together now and solve their problems, not have some ridiculous bickering because of the way we score things. The reality of it is, it's always been spent. If you want to kid yourself and think because it wasn't scored, it doesn't show up as an expense, then have a go at it. But it doesn't work that way in real life. There's nobody that operates a private business that would look at this and say, this makes sense. I just won't really count it. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you so much. And for all the members sitting here at the dais, we all take this very seriously. There's not one person here I ever talked to that says, I want to see what I can do to screw America up every day. Let's just stop pushing back and forth on each other and actually get to the means. Mr. Kine made some great comments. I really appreciate that. But we have to know where it is we're going before we start to figure out how we're going to get there. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Mr. Levin, you're recognized.
I just want to review quickly because there's been some effort to say this is part of tax reform. It may well be an effort to adjust the base. I just want to review what was done in Chairman Camp's tax reform bill on the 5 of these provisions. It would not continue, in that sense, repeal 2940. It would repeal the bill that's in front of us. It would repeal bonus depreciation. It would extend 961 for 5 years, and it would make the look-through provision permanent but part of overall tax reform. So the notion that putting these bills forth unpaid for permanently is a step towards tax reform is simply unbelievable in terms of the seriousness of the former chairman's tax reform proposal. You can't do tax reform helter-skelter. You can't do it helter-skelter. And that's what you're doing here, putting permanently unpaid for provisions in the majority of cases that would be repealed by the tax reform proposal from the former chairman. I did not agree with many parts of it. I surely agreed in its seriousness. I yield the balance of our time to Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Much of what Mr. Kelly had to say was right on target. I have a long DNA on this in the next 3. And just to remind members of the committee that Nancy Johnson served here, and we worked together on the next 2. Phil English served here, and we worked together on the next 2. I've had a long history on Subpart F. Now, let me respond to something Chairman Ryan said a few moments ago, as he, I think, conveniently left out some of the facts as to how we got where we are. In 1998, Governor Kasich said last night, my friend, former colleague, Governor Kasich said, as he took credit for the fiscal boom of the late 90s, that there was a $5 trillion surplus staring at us. Absolutely correct. So just think of what we could have done with tax reform with $5 trillion sitting in front of us. Instead, the decisions were made to have 2 massive tax cuts in 201 and 203, and then to engage 2 wars, and now with 1 million new veterans who need our care. That's why we find out there wasn't this reckless spending proposal on the Democratic side. Many of these make sense. I agree with what Mr. Kelly had to say about incenting certain behaviors through the code. Some call these tax expenditures, which have had a healthy examination over the last couple of years. What I support in policy, I object to in procedure. The way this is being done, adding $1 trillion to the deficit and then blaming the minority for the hole in the budget, it's unrealistic. Mr. Camp left these out of his proposal. And I intend to have something to say about the next 2 items as well. I have a history with these items. There are members of the committee on the other side who didn't even serve with Nancy Johnson. That's how far back many of these go. And we found common purpose in getting through the moment, and to Mr. Camp's credit, he put out a plan. And we worked together on it, objected to parts of it, but he put out a plan. And I think that that's where we should be going, more toward the concept and notion of tax reform that Mr. Bryan and I have spoken about. I have no reason to question the sincerity of his motives as it leads up to tax reform. But we're doing this backwards. We should be doing tax reform and then talking about these items as they relate to the whole notion of expenditures and what investment means over the long haul. So the notion that Mr. Brady offered, that this is about too much Democratic spending, in light of the fact that there was an intervening war in Iraq and a war in Afghanistan, a depression or a recession that was the worst since the Depression, conveniently leaves out how we got here. We have a chance to go forward on this, and I intend to follow up on this in the next 2 items. I have been a supporter of what Mr. Kelly has suggested. He's on target. It's the procedure that I disagree with. I yield back my time.
Okay, that was the opening statement. So we're going through the walkthrough.
Get ready for the follow-up.
Yeah, exactly. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 765. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance, along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment of a nature of substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of amendment. I'll now turn to Tom Barthold, Chief of Staff of JCT, to provide a technical description. Members should hold off until he's done explaining. Mr. Barthold.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The members have before them Joint Committee documents JCX 118 and 119. These describe the underlying legislation and the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute. The general recovery period for real estate property is 39 years. For most of the past decade, the Congress has provided a 15-year recovery period for leasehold improvement property, for restaurant property, and retail improvement property. The legislation that you're considering today would make these provisions permanent. That concludes my description. Happy to answer any
questions for Mr. Barthold? Seeing none. Any amendments? Seeing none. Any efforts to strike the last word? Seeing none, I will yield myself just a moment. Just to not to respond to Mr. Neal. I think he left. Oh, there he is. But to try and add some clarity to our perspective. The reason we think this is conducive toward tax reform is we see these things as something that we think should be a part of the future tax code. That's point one. Point two, by making these permanent, we, from our perspective, are seeing reality, bringing the code into compliance with the reality, and bringing the baseline with where it truthfully is so that when we write tax reform, we write it to the proper baseline. If we didn't do that, then we are needlessly raising taxes on hardworking Americans by having a higher baseline that we think is incorrect. And so there is, I think, the difference between our two positions, which is the minority believes the baseline ought to be up here, current law baseline, which we think does not reflect reality or the truth. We think it ought to be at the current policy, which is the policy. And therefore, we believe tax reform will be set at a better target that makes more sense, that's better for the economy, and that incorporates all of these policies that we want to keep permanent in the tax code that we every year extend. And as the gentleman mentioned, I was here with Nancy Johnson, Phil English all those years. I don't think I've been on the committee as long as this gentleman has, but the point we're trying to make is that's the point. These things have been in the code for so long. We believe they ought to stay in the code. Therefore, let's get it done. Let's make it permanent, and let's make sure that taxpayers can have the kind of certainty and predictability they need to actually enjoy the policy. And I will, because I did reference the gentleman, I will yield some time to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you envision, based upon what we're doing in the next few moments, as we proceed to tax reform, you dropping some of these items?
The issues that we are making permanent are the issues that we think ought to be a permanent function of the code. But the more important point is, in this code, we think these provisions should stay. If we want to replace the code, because I think to answer your question is one we don't know, because we have to decide what we want to replace the code with.
Is it conceivable that you might drop some of these items?
It is conceivable that we replace it with an entirely different code, but we should keep to the same baseline, and that's our point. So, reclaiming my time, there being no amendments, no motion to, let me get my tab here. Excuse me. No, I'm going to go to the vote. No, I already went past that. You can't do it. You can do it the next time. The question is on adoption of the amendment of the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment of the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Johnson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report H.R. 765 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 765 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Roll call vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady, aye. Mr. Nunes? Mr. Nunes, aye. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, aye. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Bustani? Mr. Bustani, aye. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, aye. Ms. Black? Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, aye. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, aye. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, aye. Mr. Holding? Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Dold? Mr. Dold, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Rangel? Mr. Rangel, no. Mr. McDermott? Mr. McDermott, no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Becerra? Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, no. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Holding? Mr. Becerra? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Crowley? Chairman Ryan?
Aye.
Chairman Ryan, aye. The gentleman is not recorded. Aye. Mr. Holding, aye.
Clerk will report the vote.
24 yeas, 12 nays.
There being 24 ayes and 12 nays, the motion is agreed to. H.R. 765, as amended, is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, I ask that the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill, and that members may have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. Next order of business is a bill introduced by Mr. Tiberi to modify and make permanent bonus depreciation. Mr. Tiberi, you are recognized for an opening statement on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 2510 is a bipartisan bill that would permanently extend 50% bonus depreciation, would allow businesses to forego bonus depreciation and instead claim more of their unused alternative minimum tax credits, and would ensure companies take advantage of bonus depreciation, or more companies take advantage of bonus depreciation. What is bonus depreciation? Bonus depreciation allows business to deduct immediately or expense 50% of new equipment purchases. It helps companies better access capital, invest in new facilities, and ultimately create more American jobs. Many business owners, farmers in Ohio have told me for years now, time and again, that extending bonus depreciation is the single biggest factor in allowing their businesses to grow. In fact, walking down here Over 3 hours ago, I had a group of farmers from my district. Farmer Henderson from Muskingum County didn't even know that he knew that we were voting on this today, and he said, thank you for making bonus depreciation permanent. I said, what would you do? He said, I'd buy a loader. I'd buy a loader. I had a farmer in my district during the August recess said, I watched your debate last year on this issue with my colleague, Mr. Neal. And he said, you know, unfortunately, Mr. Neal was right. He didn't know your name, Mr. Neal. Again. But he wasn't happy that you were right because he couldn't buy that new piece of that new tractor the last 2 weeks of December. And he wasn't going to trust us to renew it again. This creates certainty, ladies and gentlemen. A major auto manufacturer reiterated yesterday that bonus depreciation over the last decade has allowed them to expand and grow their manufacturing base in the United States of America. This is an international company, does business all over the world, and has allowed them to reinvest in Ohio. They said that bonus depreciation has been the key factor in choosing a place to place their plants in the United States instead of a foreign country. Another manufacturer yesterday said that permanently extending bonus depreciation will make not only their company, but our country more competitive in the international workplace. When this particular company is deciding whether to invest in a project in the United States or abroad, they're not able to factor in bonus depreciation into their long-term economic plan, since, as the chairman has said repeatedly, it's expired. It's not there. Businesses can't make the best possible decision on the long-term viability comparing us and our tax code to competitors outside the United States tax code because of this failed policy. It was first enacted, as the chairman said, in 2002. Bonus depreciation has been increased and extended multiple times. It's also expired multiple times. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I know, will argue that this should be paid for. However, since bonus depreciation has been in effect over the past 14 years, every member of this committee has voted for an unoffset extension of bonus depreciation at some point. And in fact, now, for 13 years, similar to the argument that Mr. Reichert made, for 13 years, this has not been paid for. Not extending bonus depreciation would equate to a massive tax cut on that farmer that I talked about, on that manufacturer that chose to invest here and not abroad. By extending and making permanent this provision, farmers and business owners will be able to plan. They will have the certainty that they need, that they haven't had, to build and rebuild and invest in their business, to hire more workers, otherwise that they wouldn't do. This increased investment will grow our economy, will help Americans find new employment. Additionally, the recent economic situation has caused many companies to operate at a loss, hampering their ability to take advantage of bonus depreciation. So, the bill would lift restrictions to allow for more corporate AMT credits, which are essentially overpaid taxes, to be used for capital investment. It provides much-needed cash for investments in business operation and job creation. A recent report by the Tax Foundation found that permanent 50% bonus depreciation would increase our country's GDP by over 1%, increase wages by about 1%, and would create over 200,000 jobs. Additionally, as wages increase and the economy grows, the implementation of permanent bonus depreciation, federal tax revenue will also grow, which will mitigate the revenue impact itself. Over the long term, this policy would actually pay for itself. Over 100 businesses and organizations, such as the Farm Bureau, Iron Steel Institute, and Chamber, have supported this legislation. Mr. Chairman, truly appreciate you bringing this to the committee today. Appreciate my colleagues' support, and I urge all of you to support the bill.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Levin, you were designated and unrecognized for an opening statement on this bill.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I know you want to change the baseline, but let nobody say that this needs to be part of tax reform. It was started in the recession in the early part of the 2000 decade. it wasn't paid for because when there's a recession, you essentially pump money in, and so you don't pay for it. It was allowed to expire as we recovered. It was reinstituted after the recession, the deep recession began in 2008. And CRS says its temporary nature is critical to its effectiveness. That's why when Chairman Camp put together his tax reform proposal, this was repealed. It wasn't included. So this is fiscally irresponsible. It's $280 billion permanent, unpaid for. It rips the mask off of all of your claims of fiscal responsibility. There's nothing left except maybe a smile or a smirk. I'm not sure which one. I yield the balance of our time to Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Many of the things that Mr. Tiberi said about bonus depreciation are indeed correct. And where I would disagree in one particular place is I don't believe that in an economic downturn it has to be paid for. I think the idea is stimulus. The idea is to incent a certain behavior so that individual purchases equipment that ordinarily they might not. But I think Mr. Levin has described the dilemma. And you know, as we do, we get an opportunity to hear from some of the best economists in the world. And economists have argued this from the left, right, and center, flat and round. We've heard every good argument you can on this. The question here, again, is not necessarily based on policy, I think, as Mr. Levin has outlined. It's based on procedure. And the temporary nature of using bonus depreciation was, again, to get people, as the economy was lagging. And by the way, we all ought to be a bit embarrassed by those numbers published this morning as to what's happened to downward pressure on wages for 15 years. And we wonder why the American people are so fired up in this election cycle. So we should be trying to figure out policy incentives that might work, but we ought to be doing it on the overall basis of the potential for fundamental tax reform. So the last point I'll make on this is, as Mr. Levin described it and Mr. Tiberi described it, I don't believe in an economic downturn this has to be paid for. I think that this is an opportunity for people to do certain things that they wouldn't ordinarily do. And that's a lever that government provides in the downturn. Yield back.
The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 2510. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of amendment. I now turn to Tom Barthold, head of JCT, for an explanation. Mr. Barthold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee members have before them joint committee documents JCX 120 and 121, which describe the underlying legislation and the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute. The legislation would make permanent the 50% bonus depreciation provision and the ability to claim alternative minimum tax credits in lieu of bonus depreciation. It would make both those provisions permanent. It would also make several modifications. Among these modifications is a liberalization to qualified leasehold property for the purpose of claiming bonus depreciation, limiting the 3-year rule, for example. It would take the $8,000 amount that is added to the underlying amount of first-year depreciation under Section 280F, which, as you know, limits the amount of depreciation on certain automobiles, and it would index the $8,000 amount so that the depreciation amount that can be claimed under Section 280F is indexed for inflation. It would make a slight modification to the completed contract rule. With respect to the ability to claim AMT credits in lieu of bonus depreciation, the legislation would change the limitation on the amount of bonus depreciation amount that can be claimed in the exchange. And lastly, the legislation would permit taxpayers to claim 50% of their adjusted basis, the equivalent of bonus depreciation, in certain plants that produce fruits or nuts in the year in which those plants are planted or grafted. This would all be effective for property placed in service after 2014. That concludes my brief description of the legislation. Happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Are there any questions for Mr. Barthold that are technical in nature about this specific bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the nature of substitute? Seeing none, are there any members who wish to strike the last word? Mr. Doggett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Republicans rightfully argue when we are talking about direct government expenditures that we should be demanding evidence-based approaches. That is, we should expect the government program to actually work to produce outcomes that are promised, that we ought to eliminate duplication and inefficiency. But they have absolutely no interest in doing that for tax expenditures such as that embodied in this bill. Indeed, all of the efforts I've made through the years to get a true evidence-based review of these tax expenditures, not just this one, but others in the so-called extenders bill, have been thwarted. When the evidence conflicts with their ideology about tax expenditures, they prefer the ideology, especially and easier if it's backed by some of the most powerful lobby groups here in Washington. The evidence-based approach for this particular tax expenditure could not be clearer. What's involved here is what has always been the accounting rule, that when a business goes out and it acquires a truck, a building, a piece of machinery, that it depreciates that equipment, that good or that property over the useful lifetime of the asset. It's a standard accounting principle. And what is involved here today is Washington mathematics. It's the Washington manipulation of traditional accounting principles. It's a matter of violating and disregarding traditional accounting rules. And we've learned from the economic studies that this is a very sorry, not evidence-based investment. Indeed, even as a short-term stimulus, when we supported this measure to try to grow our economy and dig out of the economic morass created by some of the giant Wall Street firms, taking us down to near the worst sense of the Depression, we learned in the aftermath that for every dollar that was invested in bonus depreciation, we got some growth, 20 cents of growth. You know, business could go broke that way, and so could a government, investing a dollar to get 20 cents back. I think that the Federal Reserve Bank last year and Goldman Sachs said that not extending this bonus depreciation again would have little impact, no significant economic impact. Today's bill is an example of the very kind of inefficiency, line items that are always condemned at campaign rallies but never applied to tax expenditures. I very much support a pro-growth, pro-jobs creation set of government policies, including tax policies, but not only tax policies, in order to encourage competitiveness. That competitiveness also includes having an adequate transportation system so that our businesses can move goods back and forth across the country. It includes a trained workforce that is competitive. It includes basic research, such as in medicine and in technology, to help us compete. And if you keep digging a bigger and bigger budget hole, you do not have the resources to fill the holes in our highways and in our transportation system across the country. We do not have enough federal resources to give a few people a bonus, as this bill proposes to do, that we know does not have economic value for the investment that we're making to grow our economy, when at the same time the same people are using the size of the federal budget hole as an excuse to not provide adequate support for transportation, for workforce, for basic research. So I believe we should reject this bill. It's not in the interest economically of the country. It may be good politics. but it's not sound economics, as almost every economist of any political stripe who has given it significant study has reported. Because it's not evidence-based and because we have so many other priorities, I think we should stick with the traditional accounting rules rather than to apply Washington math, and I urge rejection of the bill.
Anybody else strike last word? Dr. McDermott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Neal asked the most prescient question I've heard in this committee in a very long time around taxes. He said to the chairman, can you imagine taking this provision, this is the last provision, out of the law? And the chairman didn't answer him. What we are doing here is giving the tax breaks to the winners. One after another, we're sticking them into the law permanently, and we're going to make it impossible to ever have what happened in this committee in 1986. For 6 years, from the time Reagan came into office till 1986, Rostenkowski and Tip O'Neill and Bob Packwood and Bill Bradley and the President of the United States sat around and negotiated the Tax Act of 1986. It wasn't done in a weekend, but what we're seeing here is packing into the law everything that anybody could possibly want. Now, I admit, we're doing this for the teachers. We gave them 25 cents. God bless those nice teachers, and we pat them on the head and send them down the road. But this one is a $280 billion tax break. We're packing it into law permanently. Never have to discuss it again. Debate is done. And the chairman won't even say that he'd put it back up on the table to talk about when we come to a tax conference, if we ever get to one. I frankly don't think there'll ever be tax reform in this committee. We'll keep giving breaks. We'll give them to the guys who've got money invested overseas and let them bring it back tax-free, and we're going to do business tax reform. We're going to drop it down to 25% with no consideration whatsoever what it does to the rest of the discretionary spending in this country. Now, the other thing that's interesting to listen to this debate is the times that we have heard the word, we're going to give people certainty. Business needs certainty. I've heard that at least 10 times here this morning. And yet we're going to close down the government in 2 weeks. What kind of certainty is that? I heard a story on NPR about the funding of one of the NASA projects for Mars. And they're talking about the difficulty in trying to plan and how you build something that's going to take 4 or 5 or 6 years to get out there and get built and all the rest. When you're getting your money or not from the federal government every 3 months or 6 months with a continuing resolution. We are killing all the research in this country. We're killing it at National Institutes of Health. We're killing it at the National Science Foundation. We're killing it at NASA. We're killing it at OSHA, or at NOAA, excuse me. All these places where we make long-term investments, you can't make them because you shut the government down every couple of weeks. And what we're doing here is we're saying we're going to give certainty to certain businesses. These are the winners, and God help the losers, because we're not going to consider them. And as these are brought out, you should remember that you're never going to get a chance to rethink this issue. If anybody on this committee thinks we will ever again look at whether bonus depreciation stimulates the economy or not, you have to believe in the tooth fairy, and you have to believe in Alice in Wonderland and a whole bunch of other things. Mr. Doggett has given the evidence from Wall Street that it wouldn't make any difference if we didn't have this bonus depreciation. No significant impact. And yet, we're putting $280 billion of tax relief into the code permanently. I urge people to vote no on this one.
Time for the gentleman's expired. Anybody else wish to strike last word? Seeing none, I will wrap up with some closing statements. Unlike Mr. Doggett, we're not looking to Wall Street for our answers. We're looking to manufacturers. We're looking to the Midwest. We're looking to our constituents. We're looking to economists for our answers. Let me read from the most recent analysis by the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation on this particular bill, bonus depreciation. The key findings of the study are that bonus depreciation expensing represents an important step toward full expensing, which economists recognize to be ideal for investment and economic growth. We find that extending 50% bonus expensing on a permanent basis would boost the long-term level of gross domestic product by over 1%, the capital stock by over 3%, wages by about 1%, and would create about 214,000 jobs. That's what this is about. And we've just been hearing all these complaints about how slow the economy is growing, how stagnant wages are going. Here is policy right in front of us to help accelerate economic growth and create more jobs and wages. Now, I think the other side has made some consistent arguments from a Keynesian point of view. We just don't agree with the Keynesian point of view. This idea that we should sit here with a toggle switching government and turn the economy off and turn it on and add and give and subtract based on our beautiful political timing as to when the economy needs goosing and when it doesn't. That's horse hockey. We've proven time and again that that kind of economic micromanagement is not the key to solid, strong, foundational economic growth. And yes, predictability does matter. The gentleman talks about this as if it's picking winners. Here's what bonus depreciation does. It says, if you invest in your business, if you go buy plant or equipment, you buy machinery, and then you go hire someone to run it, you can write off 50% of it. Why do we do that? Because we want people to do more of that. If you tax something more, you get less of it. If you tax something less, you get more of it. What do we want more of? We want more investment. We want more companies actually expanding, building factories, buying equipment so that they hire more people so that they can have more jobs, making them more productive so that they get higher wages. We have more jobs, we have higher wages, more productivity, faster economic growth. That's why we're doing this. And if we do it in fits and starts, like the Keynesians tell us to do, then nobody knows when it's going to happen. Nobody can plan. A business can't look out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years and come up with a plan because they have no clue what the Keynesians in Washington are going to do in any given year with the tax code. We just reject that approach. We think it's bad for economic growth. We think this is good for economic growth. And that is why we think this is good and consistent with our direction toward tax reform. The last point I'll make is to my friend from Washington State. Our mission here is to do tax reform. Our mission is to do everything we can to set the stage to get comprehensive tax reform, not for the purpose of picking winners and losers or setting the stage or micromanaging the economy in Washington, but for actually releasing the economy, removing the barriers, and accelerating free enterprise, accelerating risk-taking and investment and saving so that we can have faster economic growth, more upward mobility, and better take-home pay for hardworking taxpayers. That is our goal and reason why we're doing tax reform, and that is why we're doing this. The question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I'll now recognize Mr. Johnson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report H.R. 2510 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 2510 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Roll call vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady, aye. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, aye. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, aye. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Bustani? Mr. Bustani, aye. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Aye. Ms. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, aye. Ms. Black? Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, aye. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, aye. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, aye. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Dold? Mr. Dold, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Rangel? Mr. Rangel, no. Mr. McDermott? Mr. McDermott, no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Becerra? Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, no. Mr. Becerra? Mr. Thompson? Chairman Ryan? Chairman Ryan, aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
24 ayes, 13 nays.
There being 24 ayes and 13 nays, the motion is agreed to. H.R. 2510, as amended, is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, I ask that the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and that the members may have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional dissenting, or minority views. Next order of business is a bill introduced by Mr. Teaberry and Mr. Neal to permanently extend the active financing exception. Mr. Teaberry, you recognize for an opening statement on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I introduced this legislation with Mr. Neal. It has significant bipartisan support, including 6 Democrats on this committee. The bill would make permanent the temporary provision that treats income from active overseas financial services operations of U.S. companies the same as all other active income earned abroad from other U.S. companies. I think that's really important for us to emphasize. The bill would make permanent the temporary provision that treats income from a certain type of business, active overseas financial services operations of U.S. companies, the same as we treat all other active business income earned abroad. Back to the chairman's point about picking winners and losers in the past. So the AFE rules historically have had broad bipartisan support, and we believe are necessary to maintain the competitiveness of U.S.-based financial services industries and of manufacturing companies that rely on financial services arms to provide financing for their products sold abroad. The provision ensures that these U.S. taxpayers, like other U.S. businesses competing overseas, are subject to U.S. tax on active business income earned abroad by their foreign subsidiaries only when this income is brought home to the United States. Without this provision, U.S. companies would have to pay a cost that is not being borne by their overseas competitors, thus making them less competitive compared to their overseas competitors. These additional costs would translate into a competitive disadvantage for those U.S. companies with thousands of U.S. jobs at stake. By making these provisions permanent, we won't be leaving U.S. companies in limbo every year as to what the U.S. tax rules will be for their foreign earnings. Many who criticize the AFE provisions don't understand the rigorous nature of the AFE qualification rules and the requirements. The active financing rules do not provide deferral for any profits made in the U.S., and in fact, they explicitly deny deferral for any income earned from businesses with U.S. customers. The AFE rules go to great lengths, actually, to ensure that these companies have to be located where their customers are. The rules are designed to ensure that financial services companies are engaged in true, ongoing financial services businesses. When the tests in the AFE rules are met, they provide the same exact treatment that non-financial U.S. companies doing business outside the United States receive. Equity. The provision of financial services is inherently a local business. To make loans, sell insurance, provide credit, lease machinery, these businesses have to be where the customers are. U.S. financial services companies cannot serve foreign markets without having an active foreign presence in those markets. Furthermore, tens of thousands of jobs at U.S. headquartered companies in Ohio and other states, and U.S. offices around this country support those businesses of serving global consumers around the world. Without the AFE rules, Mr. Chairman, our U.S. companies would be less competitive and jobs here at home would be jeopardized. I think it's important to note the rigorous nature of the rules. When the test rules are met, they provide the same treatment that non-financial customers of U.S. companies doing business outside the United States receive. Can't emphasize that enough. Meeting these tests is an important, though hugely time-consuming and complicated process. In some cases, it could be useful to clarify those current practices. For example, I think proposals addressing how insurance reserves are calculated for purposes of AFE eligibility could increase efficiency without sacrificing enforcement and should be reviewed as international tax reform and extension of AFE are being considered. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for bringing this bill to the markup today and giving us an opportunity to discuss the important permanent tax policy of this provision. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Levin, you or your designee to recognize for an opening statement.
You to Mr. Neal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Levin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, again, find much to support in the comments that Mr. Teaberry has offered here. I would point out to the majority that this is a position that has been consistent for me. I held this position when we were in the majority, and my own leadership, Speaker and others at the time, objected to this idea because, as Mr. Teaberry has pointed out, in the absence of fundamental tax reform, you need to hold on to this provision. However, Mr. Teaberry noted a moment ago, which gave me a bit of angst for a moment, when he said we would review this after we did tax reform. I don't understand the connection there. Now, Mr. Ryan, our chairman, pointed out that there is the Keynesian side of the committee. I remember when the debate in this institution used to be between the Keynesians and the followers of Adam Smith, before members were walking around with Atlas Shrugged on their hip, well outside the mainstream of what we once debated in this institution. Mr. Ryan also pointed out in the previous debate over bonus depreciation that it might add 1% to growth. Well, I also would say if we don't shut down the government, we'll add 1% to growth, where we lost 1% the last time when the government was shut down. And if we're going to talk about international issues here, when are we going to renew the Export-Import Bank? That seems to be something we can all be able to agree upon under the right circumstances. Now back to subpart F. Of all the provisions in front of us today, the 7 that are here, I understand messaging. But this is one issue that should be used to incent the argument over tax reform. International companies rightly need those provisions to allow them to compete internationally, as is the case with the export-import bank so that they might compete with Airbus, and General Electric doesn't send 500 manufacturing jobs offshore. So if I could suggest to the majority, because Mr. Doggett's about to disagree sharply with my position on subpart F, if I might suggest this to the majority, why don't we do this one on a temporary basis and use it to inspire tax reform? Again, the argument that is being presented here is wrongly juxtaposed. This ought to be about fundamental tax reform and how American companies, who increasingly have foreign opportunities, find it very difficult to compete with what European governments in particular do to incent business. I was out to the Swiss embassy last night. Tiny country. Anybody who was there, you could see what they're doing to compete with America. So, Mr. Chairman, I would make the argument, why don't we put this one on hold, do it on a temporary basis, and build a little bit of goodwill and confidence here, given the fact that much of my caucus probably disagrees with my position on this issue. We got one more. And the argument here, again, is if we're going to do fundamental tax reform, subpart F ought to be at the top of that list. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his words. Gentleman yields back. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 961 without objection. The measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and consider base text for the purpose of amendment. I'll now turn to Tom Barthold from the JCT for technical explanation. Mr. Barthold, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee members have before them joint committee documents JCX 122 and 123, which describe the underlying legislation and the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute. In short, generally since 1998, the Congress has provided an exception from current income inclusion under subpart F for certain qualifying income earned in the active conduct of banking, financing, or similar businesses, the business of being a securities dealer, and insurance income. The legislation before you would make these provisions part of permanent law. That concludes my brief discussion. Happy to answer any questions the members might have.
Any questions that are technical in nature for Mr. Barthold? Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Barthold, do I understand that your estimate there on the green sheet of the revenue effect of this bill to make this a permanent provision would add $78 billion to the deficit over 10 years?
Relative to baseline law, which, as has been debated by the members, would provide that this income would be currently includable in the domestic parent's tax base.
So in short, yes.
Yeah, the short answer is yes.
$78 billion. And last year, we considered in this committee the identical bill, didn't we, to do the same thing? I don't think it's had a T crossed or an I dotted.
I think that's correct. I didn't check what we did last year.
What you did last year was to estimate that the identical bill would cost about $19 or $20 billion less over 10 years, $58.8 billion. And I'm just curious, $20 billion is not a small amount. How is it that the cost of this provision has soared so dramatically?
Well, since last year, we're working with a new Congressional Budget Office baseline, and that projects stronger economic growth, in particular stronger economic growth in the latter years. So compared to what we looked at last year, we're not looking at 2015 anymore, which would have been a weaker income year, and we've added 2025, which is a stronger income year. So I assume, I haven't done a detailed analysis of the question you're asking, but that would be one factor. Also, just internally, we have tried to improve our modeling of cross-border tax effects by, we've spent a lot of effort inside staff matching up tax returns of CFC, of U.S.-controlled CFCs with their parent, so that we think we're actually sort of matching some of the tax effects better than we did
CFC,
2 or 3
we're about to deal with next, that's a controlled foreign
CFC is
corporation.
controlled foreign corporation,
Right.
so the foreign subsidiary of the U.S. parent. Again, without having done a detailed comparison, baseline effects in that we're adding a bigger year, and in the underlying baseline, the Congressional Budget Office projecting stronger economic growth. So those are two factors that would mean all the numbers should be bigger. And then internally, we hope we've improved our economic modeling across all issues by model improvements of the sort that I was just describing.
Well, even the jump from $58 billion to $78 billion of cost seems to me to be a little bit of a lowball estimate on the likely effects of this over time, but I would welcome your more detailed explanation of why there is such a dramatic change in the cost of this proposal before we go to the floor.
I'll get together with my colleagues later this afternoon, and we'll put together a more detailed comparison of an estimate we provided last year to this year and discuss the issues that led to the change. I'll get that letter out to all the members of the committee.
And then as to Mr. Neal's point, do I understand if this then were to become part of permanent law, just like the bonus depreciation bill, and then there were tax reform that did not include all of these provisions, that not paying for it now would allow to not pay for something later? In other words, it would become a pay-for if it were eliminated in future comprehensive tax reform.
Legislation that the Congress would enact this year would become part of the factors taken into account in projecting baseline receipts under business taxes for the next Congress, or even in this Congress, if we were to enact this, this month and then deal later in the year, the baseline would be adjusted. So, if, for example, you were to pass, the Congress were to pass this, the President were to sign it to be enacted, baseline would be adjusted. If we then came back in December and said, we've changed our mind, we've decided we're going to repeal it, it would raise revenue. Yes, sir.
So not paying for it now would permit not having to pay for it in the future under those circumstances.
I think what you said is the same as what I described.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Move to strike the last one.
No other questions. Any amendments? No amendments. Now we'll entertain motion to strike the last word. Let me just say to members, we're hoping to get all of these done before the votes on the floor, which are approximately at 2:20. So, gentlemen, Mr. Neal is recognized to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, given the fact that there's some confusion over the actual cost of this item,
I don't think there's any confusion.
well, I think that Mr. Doggett has raised a legitimate question.
He may be
about the
confused,
cost.
but Mr.
disagrees with
Barthol
me on
doesn't seem
this.
to be confused.
Mr. Barthol agrees with me. It's a $20 billion increase in 1 year. That's
Yes,
a pretty
but
substantial
we have a
change.
score from joint tax.
We have it. That's what I was comparing, the score last year to the score this year.
Right.
And in a year, it's jumped.
And Mr. Barthold is going to get to Mr. Doggett,
An
the
explanation
delta.
of why.
Yeah.
Well, again, it strikes me that there might be some opportunity here, given the fact that this is one of the items that you proposed today that genuinely should be held until we do tax reform, Mr. Chairman, and I am supportive of the concept you're offering.
You're halfway there. Anybody else wish to strike the last word? Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. It is amazing to me that this provision will benefit almost exclusively some of the largest financial institutions in the world that played such a major role in bringing America to its economic knees with the financial debacle that was directly tied to Wall Street. Wall Street will get a sizable chunk, whether it's $58 billion or $78 billion or probably much more of that than anyone else. I find it very difficult to justify opposition to this bill solely on the basis it's not paid for. I don't think it's worth paying for. American companies should be treated fairly, and American companies should be given as much competitive opportunity as possible, but I particularly prefer the American companies that are going to make it here in America. You know, when anyone, be it business or individual, gets an interest on their account at a credit union or a bank, they have to pay taxes on it. And that's what happened with reference to so-called active financing when not a Democrat, but President Ronald Reagan signed a provision as part of the 1986 tax reform that such passive income as interest and dividends could be so easily manipulated in these offshore tax havens, it would not be permitted. That exception was left out of the tax code, that provision the President Reagan approved, for 11 years. And guess what? American banks didn't flounder. They were able to do business. Finally, under tremendous pressure from Wall Street, this Congress yielded. It didn't take much. These are companies that invest more in lobbying than they pay in taxes in many years. And under heavy lobbying, Congress in 1997 put back in the provision to allow these banks to avoid taxes. President Bill Clinton vetoed that provision of Congress, and he said in his veto message that to do otherwise would have allowed tax haven abuses that previously existed and would have provided preferential tax treatment to a limited group of taxpayers. That's exactly what today's bill does. The president vetoed it. It was his first use, I believe, of the line item veto, which was later declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. And naturally, this Congress was unwilling to do anything to undo something that helped so many banks. This is not a credit union that benefits down in San Antonio or Pioneer Bank in Dripping Springs. These are the largest financial institutions in the world, and it's all about subsidizing investment abroad. The notion that making active financing permanent, the same active financing that President Reagan helped to end, that President Clinton vetoed, that would create jobs in America, is off the mark. The active financing exception encourages lending and investment abroad, not making it in America. It may be helpful to the financial services industry, but it is certainly not helpful to America and to seeing that we have more jobs and manufacturing right here in this country. It's one of the most significant tax loopholes in these so-called extenders, and I would ask unanimous consent to have entered in the record a letter of September 17th from Americans for Tax Fairness objecting to this provision, the bonus depreciation provision, and the controlled foreign corporation provision that we're about to discuss.
Without objection.
And I yield back. And
Gentleman yields back. Anybody else seek to strike the last word?
Mr. Chairman.
Hearing none, Mr. Tieberry is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I just have to take exception to the remarks from my friend from Texas. To just take one swipe at an entire industry. As Mr. Neal said, the GE example is a great example. These companies do business all over the world. They happen to be headquartered here. They could all leave. They could move jobs. There are real people who have those jobs. Let me tell you about Jeff Schmidt. Jeff Schmidt grew up in South Dakota, one of my neighbors. Regular guy. First in his family to go to college. He works at one of those banks, never in New York. He worked in Texas. He worked in Phoenix. Worked in Columbus, Ohio. Has 2 kids. He's a regular guy. He's just a regular guy. Would it be better that that job go to Paris, to London? I mean, the point is, as I said, and as Mr. Neal said, all other U.S. businesses have this ability. But if you're a financial services company, you don't. Somebody long ago decided to pick winners and losers. Maybe it was your predecessor, and said, you know what? All these are winners and financial services companies are losers. That's not fair. That's not fair to the 20,000 people in my district who work for one of those Wall Street banks. Most of them have never been to New York. The secretary that works at the Polaris branch, the single mom, these are real people. These aren't people who are wearing $1,000 suits. This is about the tax code, and as the chairman eloquently said, about winners and losers. Thank you, Mr. Neal, for understanding that. Now, to your point, and you make a very good point, Mr. Neal, a very good point regarding using this to try to get to comprehensive tax reform. We've tried to use about everything to get to comprehensive tax reform. And you know what? We're not going to get there with this president. I will yield to you. Go ahead.
Remember that this is complicated because the companies actually do pay foreign taxes. Then they take a credit against their exposure. And that shouldn't be lost in the argument. That's the only point that I'm trying to make. And that's why we should use a complicated item to incent us to do fundamental tax reform to address competitiveness.
Taking back to my time, and I understand that view. Our view is, and by the way, the tax code is temporary. This provision's been around for 16 years. 16 years, by the way. But none of the benefit of those 16 years, because it's not permanent, and we can change it any time. We could change the tax code tomorrow. Can't get the votes to do that. But the point is, if you're a CFO or you're a tax director for one of these companies, you're at a huge disadvantage, which puts the secretary at a disadvantage in terms of growing the jobs all over this country. Not in London. I don't want to grow the jobs in London. But you know what? When a company grows jobs, a U.S. company grows jobs somewhere else, they also grow jobs here. We pick winners and losers, and unfortunately, long ago, this industry was exempt. We need to make a right. This will be good for the American economy, good for American jobs, and ultimately good for America. I'll yield back.
Mr.
Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
And yield to Mr. Doggett.
You know, Mr. Tiberi, I'm so pleased that you brought up General Electric, because Mr. Neal pointed out, if you care about these families and American jobs, I'm sure you took note of the fact that
Well, the gentleman yield 5 seconds.
When I finish, I'll be glad to as I finish, that General Electric announced on Tuesday that it's moving 500 U.S. jobs, some of those jobs are from Texas, to Hungary, China, and France because of the refusal of Republicans to permit us a free and fair vote on whether to extend the Export-Import Bank. Those are real jobs that are being lost now.
I agree with you.
Now, as relates specifically to your concern that I was being unfair to Wall Street,
I didn't
and
say that.
your use of General Electric, let me talk about that. Because General Electric, over a recent 10-year period, had an effective tax rate, federal tax rate of 1.8%. I believe any small business in my area, any individual across America, boy, they'd be glad to have a 1.8% rate. They are a company that Forbes magazine, not the Texas Observer or Progressive magazine, said, quote, they have an uncanny ability to lose lots of money in the United States and make lots of money overseas. That's how they got that 1.8% rate. They're the kind of company that is directly benefited. And yes, I think Wall Street does deserve a broad brush. I think our financial services industry had a whole lot to do, and most observers do, with bringing this country down, and we're still trying to recover from the debacle that they led to with their speculative practices in gambling, though we don't find really any of the leaders of that industry that played those kind of games facing any personal criminal penalties. What about General Electric and whether this is anti-competitive? Well, it turns out that this year General Electric, for other reasons, decided that despite this huge barrier that we hear about of U.S. taxes, it decided to repatriate $36 billion in cash to this country and pay a tax bill of about $6 billion. General Electric stock actually increased in value after they made that announcement. So it's not the end of the world or an anti-competitive practice that we expect those in the financial services industry to pay more than 1.8% in their tax rate, and I'll be glad to yield to the gentleman.
My point is that there's real people out there, just like the people in Texas. We wouldn't be better off if GE moved all their jobs overseas.
We're not better off to lose 500 of them overseas,
And what we don't want to use is 500 more.
Policies are doing that.
And I support what you're saying in terms
I believe
of
you
the
do.
Bank.
And I would just say this, there are a lot of people in Texas that are suffering today and in other parts of the country because of these speculative practices on Wall Street to lead us to that financial crisis and then came in here and got a big handout of taxpayer money to bail them out. I think it was bad policy. It was a bipartisan wrong, but it is something, as we consider how to make changes in our tax law, we need to decide whether we're going to reward the very people that brought us down. And I think we should not. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now recognize Mr. Johnson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report H.R. 961 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 961 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll. One more.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady, aye. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, aye. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, aye. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Bustani? Mr. Bustani, aye. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Ms. Black? Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, aye. Mr. Meehan? Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, aye. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Dold? Mr. Dold, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Rangel? Mr. Rangel, no. Mr. McDermott? Mr. McDermott, no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Becerra? Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Larson? Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Meehan? Mr. Becerra? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Larson? Ms. Sanchez? Chairman Ryan?
Aye.
Chairman Ryan, aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
22 yeas, 11 nays.
22 ayes, 11 nays. The motion is agreed to. H.R. 961 is amended, is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, I ask that the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and that members may have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional dissenting, or minority views. Last bill up. The next order of business, a bill introduced by Mr. Bustani and Mr. Neal to make permanent the CFC look-through rule. Mr. Bustani, you are now recognized for a statement on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing this bill forward for the in the markup. I think the committee is generally familiar with this rule. This is a rule that allows worldwide American companies operating all over the globe, to deploy capital from one foreign subsidiary to another foreign subsidiary in a very efficient manner without incurring negative tax consequences here in the United States. This is not a loophole. This is a very important rule that's been in effect for 10 years. It's been extended 4 times without offsets. It's important because U.S. companies, American companies, employing American workers, are operating in an international tax system here in the, with the U.S. tax code that puts them at a very distinct disadvantage. Our Subpart F rules were first introduced to the Internal Revenue Code in the 1960s, and everyone knows how much the world has changed since then with a global interactive marketplace we have today. Unfortunately, the U.S. still remains subject to worldwide taxation relative to other countries which are dealing with a more modern system of taxation that allows the deployment of capital to the most efficient uses. What we need to do is to extend this rule. We need to make it permanent. It's something that has been bipartisan. It's got bipartisan support on the committee. And so I respectfully urge its passage. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Levin is designated, recognized.
I'll say a few words. I'm not sure anybody is champing at the bit to add, but if so, just let me know. Look, if any provision that we should not be taking up this way, it relates to international taxation. There are differences of opinion as to how to reform it. It should not be done piecemeal. This has been called a loophole, and often it is. And controlled foreign corporations and the taxation of them is complex. To allow them to escape taxation because of the activities of a related entity that they have major control of is something we should not simply be extending permanently without cost. I don't think anybody can look at the details and really defend this absent an overview of international taxation policy. So many of these are unwise because of their cost. So many of these are unwise because they're piecemeal. This is, in a sense, the most dramatic example of how not to do tax reform. I mean, you extend this permanently before we've had any further discussion of international tax structure? How do you defend this? It's not defensible. It undermines the notion that we're going to have a serious discussion of tax reform this session, and it even undermines the notion that you can take a piece of it, international tax reform, and act on it separately. So we shouldn't be doing this. It essentially undercuts any serious attempt to get at these issues. It often has been a loophole. What its ramifications are, we need to sit down and have a hearing on it. My Lord. A hearing, is that?
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
There was a hearing a year ago in April.
That was a year ago. That was a year ago. How about having a hearing on tax reform this year? This year. Who can remember what we did a year ago?
How many times do we have to repeat the obvious?
A year ago, in Moore, we were discussing a tax reform proposal that went nowhere when there wasn't even serious discussion of that. So I'd be glad to yield again so I can answer, yes.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yeah, sure.
We've had a lot of hearings on international tax over the past 3 or 4 years, and this has been discussed extensively, and it has bipartisan support.
Okay, I know. It doesn't have bipartisan support to pick it out of the blue.
It's had bipartisan support over the years as an individual provision.
But it only makes sense to do this as part of overall tax reform. What you're doing is making permanent, unpaid for provisions and saying after we've done that, we'll then go back and look at reform of the tax code. That's, to use a polite word, backwards. It's even worse than backwards, but I won't say that. So you can vote for this. In a way, I hope you bring it up on the floor. It will give us a chance to talk about how unproductive we are the way we're going in terms of addressing tax reform. So bring it up. I'm glad to take a hard look at look-through. We shouldn't be doing this way. It essentially sends a signal to everybody that we aren't going to do anything. That we aren't going to do anything. So we're passing a bill. It may pass the House. It's unlikely to go to the Senate. It would be vetoed by the president and essentially says to everybody, we're dysfunctional, so don't take us seriously.
Time for gentlemen expired. Obviously, we see it differently. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 1430. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance, along with the green sheets explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of amendment. I now turn to Tom Bartold from the JCT for the technical walkthrough. Mr. Bartold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The members have before them Joint Committee Documents JCX 124 and 125, which describe the underlying legislation and the Chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute. In short, the so-called CFC look-through provision provides that qualified dividends, interest, rents, and royalties received by a U.S. controlled foreign corporation from a related controlled foreign corporation are not treated as foreign personal holding company income and thereby are not subject to current U.S. taxation under Subpart F. The legislation before you would make this rule permanent law. That concludes my description. Happy to answer any
technical questions
you may have.
Any amendments? Any motions to strike the last word? Mr. Doggett is recognized.
To strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All that this bill does is to make permanent what has been the extender of the CFC look-through rules. That's the Washington-speak version. If you're out there across America in a business or an individual and you don't own a controlled foreign corporation, you get zero out of this bill. If you do own a foreign corporation, this committee is voting today to give you a total of $22 billion. Yes, our taxpayers, our teachers will walk out as taxpayers today with the bill that I referred to as a bit cynical in the context of today, with a few $100s over the next 10 years. But those who have controlled foreign corporations will walk out with $22 billion. That's why I think many Americans are cynical about what happens in this committee and in Washington generally, that they're being left out while those who have the power here in Washington get this kind of special treatment. It is a loophole, a giant loophole. Where did this come from in the first place? From well-intentioned efforts to simplify our taxes. We know how important it is to move to tax simplification, and in 1997, the Internal Revenue Service created something called Check the Box. It was done so, it did that without any statutory direction from Congress, but with the good purpose that there were conflicts between the states in tax forms, and the IRS was trying to simplify the process. Good, strong, clever, some of the smartest people in the world, tax lawyers and accountants for multinationals, latched onto this rule, which wasn't even designed for multinational operations, in order to avoid paying tax. And at a later time, the Treasury tried to undo it and to say this was never intended for international in the first place. But under intense pressure, the same kind of pressure that is brought to bear to make permanent tax loopholes for the few who are represented here, the Treasury backed off that. And because of the desire to be sure Treasury never looked at fixing this tax loophole again, it was put into the tax code in 2006, originally as a temporary measure that would be evaluated. It has not been thoroughly evaluated. And I've looked around Central Texas, at a car dealer in San Marcos, at an auto repair shop in Austin, at a barbecue place in Lockhart, at a taco stand in San Antonio, and I can't find people there who have controlled foreign corporations. A controlled foreign corporation is simply about trying to create stateless income, another Washington term, but what it means is income that never gets taxed anywhere. So for those companies that think GE overpaid at paying a whole 1.8% tax rate over the last decade or over one decade, well, there's a way, if you set it up the right way, that if you have low taxes in Ireland and you set up various rents, dividends, and interest to be paid into some Caribbean tax haven that has nice beaches and no taxes, you don't ever have to pay on it as a controlled foreign corporation at the time it's earned. I think that's a loophole that jeopardizes the integrity of our entire tax system. That when multinationals end up paying less than the folks that clean up their boardrooms in tax rates, that it's unfair. That it's unfair and provides an advantage to some corporations, to some business interests. It makes an uneven playing field versus the many businesses across America that don't own a controlled foreign corporation. It saps our tax dollars and it treats us as saps. It is wrong. It should be stopped. This measure should be rejected, not only because it's unpaid for, but because it's not worth paying for, and I yield back.
Anybody else strike the last word? Mr. Davis, let me just remind the committee we have votes pending any minute now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And although I support some of the tax incentives considered today, I am disappointed and cannot support passing $400 billion in unpaid for, permanent and piecemeal tax cuts, mostly for businesses, while the needs of our most vulnerable citizens, like the long-term unemployed and working poor, go unmet. The Republican priority for big business over hard-working Americans is clear in the slate of bills today. The teacher expense deduction bill costs $2.4 billion, in stark contrast to the $280 billion for bonus depreciation or the $100 billion in international tax giveaways. Yesterday, the Census Bureau reported that 1/5 of children in the United States live in poverty, 37.1% of African American children, and 31.9% of Latino children. Our committee should prioritize the permanent extension of the Earned Income Tax Credit to help working poor afford food and other basic needs for their families. We should help low-income Americans work by permanently extending the improved child tax credit. The Earned Income Tax Credit provisions expire in 2017, harming 500,000 families that include 900,000 children. Surely we should be helping these Americans rather than helping profitable businesses move jobs and profits overseas. And so while the intentions might appear to be good, while they may appear to be helpful, in reality, we are looking after those who are in the best of shape to the detriment of those who are in the worst of shape. And so I oppose this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody else? I will then, for the purpose of closing, take time and yield it to Mr. Bustani. Mr. Bustani is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Most Americans want to see sustained, robust American growth. And if we're going to have that kind of growth, we need American companies, regardless of whether they're doing business in Breaux Bridge, Louisiana, or in Paris, or wherever it is, to be successful. Our American companies trying to do business overseas through subsidiaries are facing major disadvantages. We all know the headlines about inversions and acquisitions of U.S. companies by foreign companies. We need to put America back on a competitive footing. And under the current system that we have, without this rule, our companies will suffer even more. That's why this is essential now. This is a step in tax reform. It's essential. It needs to be done now. We have done it for 10 years. Both sides have agreed about the importance of it. It's been extended. It's got bipartisan support on this committee now. Let's put America back in the driver's seat in being competitive. Let's put American jobs back onto that growth path. Let's empower American companies, large and small. This is a key piece to that now. And that's why I support this, and I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Johnson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report H.R. 1430 as amended to the House of Representatives.
Question is on favorably reporting H.R. 1430 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady, aye. Mr. Nunes? Mr. Nunes, aye. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, aye. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Bustani? Mr. Bustani, aye. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Ms. Black? Ms. Black? Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, aye. Mr. Meehan? Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, aye. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Dold? Mr. Dold, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Rangel? Mr. Rangel, no. Mr. McDermott? Mr. McDermott, no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Becerra? Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Larson? Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Meehan? Mr. Becerra? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Larson? Ms. Sanchez? Chairman Ryan? Chairman Ryan, aye.
All right. See you soon. Yeah. You bet you're totally wrong.
That's why you can let me talk so long.
Wait, hang on a second. The clerk will report the vote. Can you give me a second?
22 yeas, 11 nays.
22 ayes, 11 nays. The motion is agreed to. H.R. 1430 as amended is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, I ask that the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill, and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. There being no further business before the committee stands adjourned.